The story begins with a young man approaching a girl named Kyra. He asks her if she needs anything. The girl immediately asked him if he would do what she asked him to do. He told her that she only had to ask and he would do it. She immediately assumed that he was agreeing so easily because he knew what she wanted to ask him. Soon she began to come closer, and the guy was very surprised by this and therefore asked her to wait. At that moment, she grabbed the wall and thought, someone once said that there is nothing more senseless in the world than constantly stepping on the same rake. At that very moment, Kara looked into her friend's eyes and said that she didn't need love. Straightening a strand of his hair, she asked him to promise that he would never betray her. After that, she touched his chin and added that in exchange for this, she would be the perfect bride for him. She assured herself that this time everything would be different. She told Palon that she would make him the next emperor, which would mean everything would go back to normal in this kingdom. So, the day of the emperor's coronation arrives. Our heroine will never forget this day. The man turned to Kyra and said that everything would be fine now. After all, it was the very day when her beloved Rakan became emperor. This is the very day when she thought that she would become his empress, and therefore was in anticipation. Nevertheless, the girl coughed, thinking that the poison was spreading through her body faster and faster. Somehow, she assured herself that for the sake of Rakan, and today, she could endure everything. All she can do is wait for the moment when her lover calls her name, and everything will immediately change. As soon as our heroine began to fall from helplessness, fortunately for her, Vienna caught her. The girl immediately thanked her. So soon, the announcers began to say that the great emperor would soon announce the name of the future empress. Our heroine was in incredible anticipation. Finally, she would become an empress. Only, soon the emperor called not the name Kyra, but Vienna de Orche. Our heroine did not understand what was happening and assumed that it was some kind of mistake. Looking at Rakan, she convinced herself until the very end that he had simply gotten confused. However, after some time, Vienna put on the crown. Our heroine could not understand why this happened, why her lover treated her like that. Soon she noticed Vienna's intense and mocking gaze on her. She suddenly asked her sister if she was happy for her. Kyra was speechless from everything that was happening and could not answer anything. Vienna will really become empress. Soon the emperor and empress met each other's eyes, and the public began to praise the new chosen ones. Kyra wasn't going to give in and let things go. She had something to say. She had done so much for Rakan. She had said until the very end that she was the empress. Rakan at this point turned to Kyra and asked in surprise if she really thought she would become empress after all she had done. Why was she silent? Soon, Vienna also opened her mouth and told His Majesty that he was good-natured. But now, despite this uncomprehending, ugly face of Kyra, he can throw her away like trash. Our heroine was immediately overcome with anger. Was she trash? She immediately began to think about who helped Rakan ascend to the throne. At this point, the emperor said that he did not want to get his hands dirty, so he asked his precious empress to sort out this misunderstanding. After these words, our heroine began to cough again. The poison had not disappeared from her body. Seeing this, Vienna turned to Kyra de Orche and said that she had been deceived. Rakan had no feelings for her from the very beginning. She said that she was really disgusting and had always hated her sister with all her heart, so she immediately came up with a plan. She used it, let it do all the dirty work, and climbed to the highest place just like now. Then, with the same mockery, Vienna asked her sister if she knew who else hated her the most. Looking into those bewildered, grief-stricken eyes, the girl said that their new emperor hated her. However, our heroine did not understand why this was so. After all, she gave her life to make Rakan emperor. Soon she began to lose a lot of blood. Vienna spoke in horror about how much blood there was. Disgusting. She did not understand how the palace could be desecrated on such a happy day. Soon after, she waved her hand and said goodbye to Kyra, leaving the girl under the care of 2 knights. Our heroine wanted to say something else, but at that moment, Vienna only asked her servants to throw Kara out of the palace and as far away as possible. After a while, the action takes us to the forest, where apparently Kyra was sent. Looking around, our heroine immediately realized that this was Filippo Hill, where she played with Rakan as children. Having fallen to the ground, the girl decided that she really was a complete fool, since she had let things get to this point. She became addicted to poisons and gave her life for this freak, but she just wanted to be near him. One way or another, she now understood that this was the end. She had literally lost everything. The girl looked at the bottle with liquid. She soon decided that it was best to end her suffering herself, and so decided to drink poison that would quickly kill her. A moment later, she lowered her head and looked at the sky. Now all that lay before her was eternal rest, but only one voice began to resound in her head. Someone who had not forgotten her was running through the forest and trying to find Kyra. As it turned out, it was Pelon, who with great difficulty finally found the girl. But too late, he grabbed her in his arms and began to ask her to wake up. Looking at Pelon, the girl realized that this was her ex-fiancé, who was supposed to become the emperor. Unfortunately, despite their promises, she was never close to him and gave her heart to Rakan. It was funny to see him at the last moment of his life. The saddest thing was that Pelon did not stop calling Kara and cried for her that day. He asked her not to go and leave him alone. Looking at his face filled with tears, the girl realized that he was really in love with her. Tears began to well up in her eyes, as did the blood in her mouth. She had made a huge mistake. However, already at the last moment of her life, she looked at Pelon and began to think about freaks in her head. Rakan and Vienna. The girl swore to herself that if she had a chance, she would never forgive these hypocrites. She would curse them even in the next world. But one way or another, Kara was absolutely sure that she had to take revenge on them. Soon the heroine's eyes closed, and it seemed that this was the end. But after a while, for us, she jumped up with a scream. Realizing that she was still alive, the girl only said how fed up she was with everything. She wanted to leave this life. After examining herself and noticing the bandage on her head, the girl decided that Pelon had managed to save her after all. But still, she thought that it would be better to let her die, since she wouldn't be able to live after what Vienna and Rakan did to her. At that very moment, our heroine groaned a little from the pain in her head, and a girl immediately ran into the room, asking the lady what had happened. Seeing that everything was fine and that she had woken up, the girl was very happy. However, our heroine did not understand what was happening. Jane walked up to Kara and took her hand, and our heroine tried to understand why she had short hair. Remembering literally what happened a few days ago, our heroine immediately remembered that Jane had long hair. Anyway, in addition to all this, she also noticed that the girl looked quite young. At that moment, Kara's heart began to beat very quickly. How did this happen? A thought immediately came to her mind. She realized that she did not feel any pain after taking the poison, and she also felt that her hair had grown back. Jane suddenly turned to the lady and asked if she recognized her. Was she really that dizzy? Our heroine, however, ignored the questions and asked her friend what was going on here. Soon she looked around again, and to her surprise, noticed that it was an old-fashioned room. Kyra immediately remembered from this that when Jane had this hairstyle, she was 18 years old. She realized with horror that she had most likely returned to the past. At that very moment, someone knocked on the door, so the girl's gazes turned there. Rakan was peeking out from behind the door, and at first glance, he seemed very happy to see Kara. Our heroine, for obvious reasons, was immediately enveloped in darkness, and the girl fell into a stupor. The guy asked the girl in surprise if she was okay, and then saying that she was a poor thing, reached for her forehead, asking how she managed to get hurt like that. But as soon as he touched her, our heroine felt a huge hatred towards her, emanating from his touch. The girl hit Rakan's hand. The guy immediately asked Kyra in surprise what happened to her. Our heroine, looking at him, said that she did not need his pathetic consolations. She promised herself that now everything would change. The guy still didn't understand what was happening. And at that moment, Kara turned to Jane and asked her to escort the prince out of her room. Raken once again asked the girl in bewilderment what had happened to her, just in case he decided to remind her that it was him, Raken. However, Jane could not go against her mistress's words, so she immediately approached His Highness and said that she would see him out. Finally, he decided to look at Kyra, but he saw nothing but hatred in her eyes. With a heavy sigh, the guy turned sharply and headed towards the exit, as he was told. After some time, our heroine went out into the street, thinking that she really had an opportunity for a second life. Looking at the sky, she began to think about how to take revenge on her sister and Raken. After all, she would not give in to emotions now. In any case, she was thinking about what she should do first, when suddenly something distracted her. Turning back, she noticed the swing, and was glad that it was still there. This is an old wooden swing, and a new one that was right next to it. And Vienna used this as an excuse for its betrayal. Funny. The action is transferred to the past. Vienna turned to her sister and said that for her coming of age, she wants to receive a swing as a gift. However, our heroine rudely said that this was impossible and she would not receive them. She explained this by saying that this was the only thing she had that reminded her of her mother. After these words, our heroine apologized and turned around, thereby leaving Vienna. The girl was very upset about this, but she certainly wasn't going to give up. After a couple of days, Vienna finally showed her sister the new swing that their father had made at her request. Now they can swing on it together. Our heroine even shuddered a little at these words. It was quite unexpected. Soon, Vienna asked her sister to give her a push, which Kara couldn't refuse, so she agreed. The girl started to roll her, but Vienna told her not to be afraid and to roll her harder. Our heroine listened to her and did as her sister asked, but after a couple of minutes, something broke and Vienna fell to the ground. Kyra was calling her sister in confusion and asking if she was okay, when suddenly the next surprise flew straight into her head. As a result, Vienna fell and lost consciousness, and she in turn received a blow to the head. After that, everyone would think of her as an older sister who envied her younger sister. She even wondered if she had returned at this time. At that moment, the words of two people were heard from behind the tree. Someone was asking the girl if it was true that she had fallen off the swing. Vienna, with tears in her eyes, said that it was so, and that she was very ashamed. One way or another, she could not understand why her sister pushed her so hard. Hearing her sister's words, our heroine was surprised that the two were already close at such a time. Meanwhile, Vienna looked at Rakan and said that he was probably surprised, but she also didn't know that her sister was so cruel. The guy asked again in surprise, and the girl nodded her head and said that she didn't even expect such an act from her sister. One way or another, she suggested leaving the conversation about her sister and talking about something else. Our heroine, hearing all this, was only surprised that all this time she had not suspected anything. Fool, that's all Kara called herself. At this point, Rakan told Vienna that Kyra seemed to have not yet recovered from the blow and was acting strangely. Her sister immediately assumed it was because she was ashamed of what she had done to her. In any case, she convinced the prince that he should not worry. Her sister, despite her nasty character, was very grateful to him for his attention. Rakan smiled as he looked at her and said that he was grateful to her for her kind words. He addressed her as Miss Vienna Trahan, and then asked if he could call her Vienna de Orche. The girl smiled and said she would be glad to. At that moment, he took her hand and reminded her that she would soon become an adult, so he saw nothing wrong with calling her that. He also said that he thought Kyra wouldn't be too against it either. Our heroine, meanwhile, was incredibly angry. She immediately remembered how the girl told her that she had a fiancé, but he was still trying to get closer to her. There was no need to even think about falling in love with him. Apparently, for Vienna, who was trying to improve her social status, Rakan was the best opportunity, and joining the Orche family was the first step towards that. Of course, her father held some position at court and even received the status of a marquis. However, only she, the only heir trusted by the imperial crown, could make decisions about who could enter the d'Orsay family. And now, using all her influence, she will not allow such vile vipers to penetrate the sacred family. Suddenly, that autumn rainy season came. Vienna was coming of age very soon. After some time, the action is again transferred to the palace. Our heroine thanked the second prince for coming. Pelon told the girl that he had heard about the trouble that had happened to her. He was interested in how she was feeling. He also apologized for coming only now. This is our heroine's fiancé, and first in line to the throne, the son of the previous empress, the second prince of Pelon. Our heroine knew for sure that she needed him to protect herself and her family. But just at that time, rumors began to spread that her engagement with Pelon would be broken off. The funniest thing was that the prince, having heard about this, did not even bother to see her and discuss everything in person. He thought that because of her closeness with Rakan, she insisted on breaking off the engagement. However, now her goal is to change their relationship. She needs to stop all the rumors and make Pelon the emperor. Our heroine at this very moment decided to start a conversation about the rumors about their breakup. Looking at the second prince, she said that she did not want this. The guy, surprised, said that he agreed with her and that he was sure that his father did not want to break up either. In that case, he promised that he would try to stop all these stupid rumors. Our heroine looked at him in surprise and noticed that he was good-natured. Why didn't she notice this? At that moment, she thanked him for his words because they calmed her down. Suddenly, Pelon took out something. The boy handed it to the girl and said it was holy water for her wounds. Kyra was confused and asked if she could really use it. It was only for royalty. Taking his bride by the hand, Pelon nodded his head and added that if she needed more, she just had to say so. He would spare nothing for her. The girl smiled and thanked the groom, saying that she would gladly take advantage of this. The girl also began to shyly squeeze the bottle and tell His Highness that she had a request. She said that her father and Rakan wanted her to take Vienna. The guy decided that it was rather strange to accept her into the family, considering that she was an heiress. Besides, there were rumors that the Marquis loved Vienna even more than her. He said directly that this was not the best decision. Our heroine suddenly said that unfortunately she only had the right to refuse her, and all other power in the family belonged to the father. After these words, the guy understood that she wanted him to help her. Kyra, looking at him, asked him to promise that he would never betray her. In turn, she promised to become the ideal bride for him and make him the next emperor. He suddenly said that he had another condition. Kyra asked to tell him about it because they should help each other. She will do everything he wants. The second prince asked her to accept what he would give and do for her. This was his condition. Our heroine, of course, did not quite understand what this strange condition was, to accept everything he would do for her. Anyway, at that moment her thoughts were interrupted by Rakan entering the room. Our heroine was surprised that he came so quickly and asked him to sit down. The guy said that he missed her very much, so he ran to her. He immediately touched her head and asked how she was feeling. After all, she had been feeling bad yesterday. Either way, Kyra ignored these words and started talking about her own things. She approached Rakan and said she had a favor to ask. She reminded him of Vienna's coming of age and asked him to accompany her. The guy was quite shocked by this proposal, so he asked why him. The girl explained this by saying that coming of age only happens once in a lifetime, and if you spend it alone, then what's the point? And Vienna itself is waiting for this. Looking at Rakan's shocked face, our heroine asked if this was too unexpected a request. Anyway, she touched his hand and said that there was still time, so he could think about it. At this point, she decided to say that there were rumors that her engagement to Pelon would be broken off. Had Rakan heard about this, without even giving him a chance to say anything, the girl asked him in surprise if this really happened would he be able to take her away? The guy immediately said, in surprise, that now he understood why the atmosphere in the palace was so gloomy. Now everything was clear. Kyra smiled as she looked at him, but she knew to herself that with this reaction, he was most likely avoiding an awkward question. Suddenly, he took her hand and asked if she would do it. In the past, when she realized what she felt for Raken, she immediately wanted to break off the engagement, but the prince stopped her. He assured her that she could not leave Pelan, because if he took another noble woman as his wife and his position became stronger, he would not have a single chance. Only Pelan stood in Rakan's way to the throne. The guy was an actor, so he even shouted that he hated the idea of Kyra being engaged to another. But still, she must be patient until he can strengthen his powers. Our heroine said, in surprise, that she loved him and did not want to deceive Pelan. Kyra continued to say that she really wanted to break off the engagement, but Raken silenced her with his hugs. He started talking again with a smile on his face, that this was all for the sake of their bright future. She could be patient for a little while. That's how, because of her blind love for Rakan, she had to continue playing the role of a bride. Both Kyra and Rakan exchanged words about how much they loved each other. Once again, the action takes us to the room with Rakan and Kyra. The girl, surprised, said in response to Rakan's question that he himself knows the answer. However, the guy did not understand what the girl was talking about. Kyra thought that she did not want it at all then, but now everything is different, and from the heart. Taking the cup in her hands, she said that she did not want to break off her engagement with Pelan. The coming-of-age ceremony is an important ritual that announces the possibility of marriage. For women, it is at 16 years old, and for men at 18. That is why Vienna was waiting with trepidation in her heart for this desired day. The action moves forward some time. Jane, looking out the window, assumed that Miss Vienna was really looking forward to her holiday. Our heroine looked out the window and told her assistant that she was also really looking forward to it. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of the room. Someone immediately greeted Mr. Melvin. Soon, the second prince's servant, Melvin O'Hara, entered the room. The boy greeted the Marquise, Kyra de Orsha. The girl smiled and assumed that the prince had sent him. Melvin, with a smile on his face, said that he had brought what she had asked for. Kyra said she would accept it with gratitude, and so Melvin gave the order to bring it in. Looking at the whole pile of gifts, our heroine said that there were far more of them than there should be. Melvin quoted the prince's words, "There is a big event at the Marquise's estate, so we need to send everything and as much as possible." Our heroine was very grateful to Pelan, so she asked him to convey her gratitude. Soon after, someone approached her with a letter and said that this was what the prince had asked to be given to Kyra separately. The girl opened the letter and asked if she should answer it. Melvin smiled and said that if she answered, the prince would be so happy that he would give him a golden mansion. The guy said he was very happy that Kyra was now on his side. He said he couldn't visit her in person, so he sent her gifts, but it was non-binding. Kyra smiled after reading this letter. How could he write such sweet words? In any case, the girl called Jane and asked for a pen. As soon as she took it in her hands, she asked Melvin to wait a little, to which the guy replied that he was ready to wait as long as necessary. The girl wrote that she was doubly grateful. Now she will be the most charming girl in the world and will try not to be sad in the absence of Pelan. At this point, our heroine thought about it. She remembered that Rakan would also be at the ceremony. She knew that if they were seen together, the rumors of a broken engagement would spread even more. Her reputation would sink to the bottom, and her father would compare her more and more to Vienna. She needs to be around Pelan as much as possible, so she asked Melvin to wait a little longer because she forgot to write something. After some time, she handed over the letter and thanked him for waiting. Melvin smiled and said that they would see each other again in 3 days. Left alone in the room, our heroine looked back and was surprised to admit that there really were a lot of gifts. Somehow, she still remembered well what Pelan had told her. Then, he had come to her when she was suffering from an attack and said that he hoped she would feel better. He brought her 8 vials of holy water. If she had known that he had been specifically asking other members of the royal family for her, after losing his right to the throne, after he told her that she was more important to him than the crown, she realized that she should not have taken that water. His words hurt her even more. To quote it was, "I have lost nothing, and this is what should have been from the beginning." For him she was much more precious. At that moment, our heroine was pulled out of her thoughts by the words of Jane, who turned to the lady in surprise and asked to look at the beautiful dress. In the past, she wore this dress when her engagement with Palon was about to break up, and it was this dress that the emperor ordered the 4 princesses to wear to match the empress. And now it was in her hands. She hoped that she would still be able to stop these stupid rumors. Who would dare to think about breaking up if they were dressed the same? Looking at the bottle of holy water, she decided that she needed to put herself and her health in order. She understood that the atmosphere in the mansion had changed her father's discrimination against Vienna, and so on. After putting the water in the box, she decided that these wounds were not worth it. Other means would do. She thought that this medicine was created for something more, and it could definitely be useful in the future. Evening came. There were even more gifts in the room, so the logical question arose, where did all this come from? Jane told our heroine that all these gifts were sent by the 5th prince, Rakan. Kyra assumed he heard that Palon had sent her a gift, and was in a hurry too. God, how childish. The dress on the right was Rakan's, and the one on the left was Palon's. She didn't want to break off her engagement with Palon, but she couldn't decide if she wanted to get closer to him. At that moment, Jane remembered and told the lady that Prince Rakan had also sent her a letter. In the letter, he said that he did not want to accompany Vienna, but he would ask her to dance. He thought that would be enough for her, so there was no need to ask for more. As expected for our heroine, it was a refusal. And yet she was amused by something. She wondered which of them he had called Lady de Orche here. But eventually she got to the point where she said that this dress should be suitable for Kyra, which was the reason why he wrote this letter in the first place. Jane suddenly said that Prince Palon had sent a dress that matched her appearance, and the 5th prince had sent a dress that reminded her of His Highness. She was curious about which dress she would choose, and our heroine immediately replied that she would choose the Palon dress. She was sure that Rakan would choose a suit similar to this dress, so what should she do with it? At that point, she turned to Jane and asked her to send a seamstress and shoemakers. She came up with an idea for what to do with the Rakan dress. 3 days later, she became a coming-of-age ceremony. Vienna. Coming out of the bathroom, our heroine decided that it was time for revenge. As soon as she entered the room where the dresses were, she asked in surprise what this blue dress was doing here, because she said she would wear a red one. She looked at the frightened maids and realized that Rakan had influenced them. Strange, in the past, he would not have done anything like this. Anyway, our heroine fixed her hair and told one of the maids that they could start preparing. The girls immediately came to their senses and nodded. Our heroine also asked them to make sure that her wounds were not visible. She knew that if this had been a coming-of-age ceremony in the past, everything would have gone too smoothly, but not today. After a while, Kyra was collected and told herself that she needed to concentrate because it was almost time to start. Meanwhile, Vienna was happy that she would finally become a real de Orche, and would not be the pathetic Vienna Trajan, but the Grand Duchess of the Orche family. Our heroine, looking at her sister, saw how Vienna was about to burst from anticipation. The girl bowed and asked to be allowed to introduce herself. She, Kyra de Orche, would be hosting today's ceremony. The entire audience was excited that the ceremony was about to begin, so they started clapping their hands. A moment later, both girls, heiresses of the de Orche family, were descending the stairs. But at this point, our heroine allowed us to introduce the heroine of today, Baroness Vienna Trajan. Vienna immediately looked at her sister in bewilderment, and her father asked Kyra in bewilderment what she was doing. Vienna started shaking in bewilderment and simply couldn't understand why Kyra said Trajan and not Vienna de Orchy. At this point, our heroine walked on, and the girl, perplexed, asked her to wait. She followed her sister, while all the people joyfully greeted Baroness Trajan, Baroness Vienna Trajan. Kyra's father wanted to break through to her, but the audience also did not let him do this, and began to ask him all sorts of strange questions. Our heroine just smiled as she walked through all the people. That was it. Now it was a new beginning. After some time, the girl asked the maids if everything was ready, to which they only nodded their heads. Looking at the dress that Pelon had given her, the girl said it was time to start. Soon she was told that the second prince had arrived, and the girl immediately asked to let him in. As soon as he entered the room, he was incredibly shocked by the beauty he saw in front of him. Anyway, he decided to get all the thoughts out of his head, so he extended his hand and said that it was time for them to go. Kyra smiled back at him and extended her hand, indicating that she was ready. Who knew that the day would come when her mate would be Pelon, and not the Raken she idolized? Pelon, noticing his bride's strange mood, asked her in surprise if she was okay. If something was wrong, she could tell him. He took her hand and squeezed it, letting her know that he would always be there and help her. Anyway, our heroine said that everything was fine, and soon they went inside. Her moment of glory had come. Kyra and Pelon walked together through the crowd of people. They greeted both His Highness and Lady de Orche. At that very moment, someone started talking about His Highness, Rakan Swade Legret, coming in. Soon he showed up, and all the people started greeting him. The guy also greeted people happily, but at some point, he noticed something strange. Frozen, he said in horror that Kyra still hadn't put on the dress he so wanted to see on her. Pelon said he was glad Raken had come here after all. Meanwhile, he looked at Kyra and said in bewilderment that she had come with his brother. How? Why? Despite Raken's reaction, Kyra bowed and greeted His Highness. She thanked him for accepting her invitation. Although with great difficulty, the guy still told Lady Orchy that she looked great today. The girl thanked him coldly for the compliment. With a smile on her face, she said that this dress was a gift from the second prince. Their family has excellent taste. She suddenly turned to Pelon and asked His Highness if he thought this dress suited her. Without thinking twice, he nodded his head. The girl thanked him for the compliment, while Raken looked at them in bewilderment. Pelon continued to say that this dress suited her beautiful eyes and golden words. At this moment, Rakan heard the whispers of the maids behind him, discussing how the second prince smiled sweetly. Our heroine, in turn, thought that Rakan should not be angry because she did not accept his gift. Holding back his emotions, Raken abstemiously told Marquise Kyra that the dress really suited her. Once again, our heroine thanked the fifth prince for the compliment. At this point, Pelon asked Rakan in surprise if it was true that he always made his bride happy. He said that he is often busy and can't always be around her, so he is glad that he doesn't let her get bored in her absence. Raken asked again in surprise. Meanwhile, people around began to assume that the rumors about the broken engagement were untrue. It seemed that way. Pelon and Kyra get along so well with each other, and Lady de Orche and Pelon at that moment looked at each other and smiled. She immediately remembered how she asked His Highness 2 requests. Pelon, upon arrival, Melvin asked if there was a letter sent to him. There was a letter, so Melvin passed it on. The letter said that she wanted him to do something at the upcoming ceremony. First, they needed to announce that their breakup was a lie, and the reason she is close to Pelon is only because of him. At that moment, Pelon asked Rakan if he agreed to his fiancée's request. Of course, Rakan was a little tense, because he most likely guessed what kind of request was being discussed. In the second request, in the letter, our heroine asked Pelon to persuade Rakan to accompany Vienna. Kyra smiled and said that she was very worried that Vienna would not have a companion, so the fifth prince helped her a lot with this. Our heroine looked at Pelon and was glad that he fulfilled all her requests. People around happily started telling Raikun that he is such a kind and good person. Raikun wanted to say something, but people kept distracting him. Our heroine was very pleased to look at the fifth prince's confused face. The girls were the elite of their empire. She was even curious about what else they discussed in their circles. Imperial aristocracy, a term referring to the cream of society. Those who unquestioningly carry out all the orders of the emperor, like the de Orche family. Meanwhile, Countess Latrina Inkson asked in bewilderment who said that she agreed. Viscountess Milja Neuven replied that she heard it from her personally. In turn, Countess Lavienne Bringle asked them to stop. Well, the entire imperial aristocracy had really gathered here. Milja Neuven told the countess that she had spoken about breaking off the engagement of Lady de Orche and the prince. But that was not true. The girl said that she was sure of her words and that they were not suitable for each other. Milja Neuven assumed that Latrina wanted to humiliate Lady de Orche. In this way, the girl asked what humiliation had to do with it, if she was telling the truth. The de Orche family has long since outlived itself, and their former glory has sunk into oblivion. Now they are completely indistinguishable from other marquises and counts. Our heroine is tired of hearing all this. That's why the girl decided to approach them and thank them for coming. Lavienne immediately told Lady Orche sweetly that they were glad to meet and that they were grateful for the invitation. Milja asked her how she was doing. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. Our heroine smiled and said that she had been so busy that she had not been able to drop in to visit him. But she promised that she would definitely come once she had resolved all her affairs. At this point, Latrina Inkson asked Lady de Orche directly if it was true that her affairs were connected with the rumors. Our heroine was certainly not prepared for such a question, so she didn't even know what to say. At that moment, someone put a hand on Kyra's shoulder and said that he thought what they had seen was enough to prove that the rumors were unfounded. Of course, that person was His Highness, who decided to come and help his bride. All the girls immediately bowed before the second prince, without even saying a word. However, Peylon looked at Lady Inkson and asked if she had heard him. He ordered her to explain what she meant by her strange and stupid words. Our heroine suddenly thought about it and asked herself whether she should stand up for them. She just wanted to open her mouth, but at that moment, Peylon embraced her, turning again to Latrina. He reminded her that they knew that Lady de Orche was the dearest person to him in the whole wide world. The girl shuddered at every word of His Majesty and nodded her head guiltily. The guy then looked at her again and asked how she dared to say such nasty things about Lady de Orche. Did she really want to insult him? His Majesty the Emperor keeps asking him when he and Kyra will marry. Did Count Inkson tell his daughter otherwise? The girl asked His Majesty in horror how he could think such a thing. No way. Her father hadn't said anything like that. She had only expressed herself incorrectly and asked for forgiveness. She fell to her knees and grabbed Lady de Orche's dress, starting to say that she had made a huge mistake. Peylon looked at her and said that he hoped that she would not spread any more rumors about his beloved. The girl, horrified, said that she understood His Highness and that this would not happen again. Soon the girl left from there. Our heroine was certainly perplexed and didn't even think that things could go so far. At this point, Peylon turned to her and said that he needed to give her something, so he asked her to give him a minute of her time. The action moves outside. It was quite warm there, but at that moment, Kyra felt that she was dressed in something. She asked what it was. Peylon told her that in the north, they are called silver foxes, but in truth they are white. The guy said that this fur coat was his catch from his last hunt, and he wanted to give it to her much earlier, but it didn't work out. Our heroine immediately began to apologize for not being with Peylon at the time. His Majesty said it was nothing to worry about. He immediately suggested that she go hunting this year. What should he get for her? She replied that she would be happy with anything. In that case, the guy replied that he would give her something to his taste. Kyra girl nodded her head shyly. However, at this moment, after Kyra addressed him as His Highness, he only said Peylon. He smiled and asked to be called by that name, and soon after addressed Lady de Orche by her first name. The girl turned around in surprise, and Pelan asked in bewilderment why she was surprised. After all, the letter said that he could address her like that. Kara remembered it very well. She agreed because they still had to prove to people that they had a good relationship. Soon after, she looked up at the sky and thanked Pelan for his help today. But from now on, she would try to cope on her own. The guy asked her in surprise what she would order him to do. Should he really just stand there and watch her get hurt? The girl understood his feelings, but still now they had to be careful with Count Ingson. In the past life, the Count supported Rakan, and in this one it might be the same. At that moment, Pelan approached her and reminded her that he promised to be on her side, and his promises were not empty words. Our heroine looked at him in surprise and said that she understood all this, but still she was used to solving her own problems, and asked him to understand this. The guy sighed heavily and said that he understood, and soon after asked if she would go hunting with him. The girl suddenly realized that she had been so busy with the Vienna coming-of-age ceremony that she had completely forgotten about other events. She had refused in the past, but she knew that this time she had to participate to strengthen their relationship and position, so she said she would try. The boy smiled and said that he would be glad to attend their first hunt together. At that moment, Melvin greeted His Majesty. Soon, Pelan apologized and said that he needed to step away, and our heroine didn't mind, so she smiled and waved her hand at him. Looking back, our heroine said in surprise that it seemed as if nothing had changed here. But all this time, one person was watching her and Pelan, and he was not particularly happy with their union. Rakan decided to approach Kyra, who upon seeing him asked in surprise what he was doing here. She asked in surprise if he really wanted to say something. Rakan said that he did, and he wanted to know why she was behaving so terribly. Squeezing her hand, he said that he had already answered her request in the letter to accompany Lady Trahan. He had refused. Our heroine apologized, saying that in addition to rumors about her breakup with the prince, there were also gossips about their relationship, and she couldn't just leave it that way. The guy, perplexed, asked her if they were really talking about their relationship. Kyra nodded her head and said that she didn't even know if this was a good way to save both his and her honor in the eyes of others, but she decided to do it. In any case, she hoped that people would not talk like that anymore once they knew that he was supposedly a partner of Vienna. She looked at him and said it was just a game, a simple performance, as if he was a prince on a white horse, saving the poor baroness from loneliness. Holding the marquise's hand, the guy said that all these rumors were fueled by gossip about the engagement being broken. Kyra apologized for everything happening, so suddenly she didn't want to scare him. He sighed and realized that this was all for him, so he calmed down a little. Kyra smiled and thanked Rakan. Soon she reminded him not to forget to dance with Vienna today, and she in turn will be next to Pelan. Hearing his brother's name, the boy asked the girl in bewilderment if she was already calling his brother by name. Kyra instantly blushed and said that it was true, because by the way, they were not only breaking off the engagement, but were also planning to get married. The guy, perplexed, began to ask the girl if he heard these words correctly. Kyra, however, continued to talk about her own, saying that when all this happens, all questions will definitely disappear by themselves, and she will definitely stop the rumors about him. The guy wanted to say something else, but our heroine turned around, apologized to Rakan, and said that she needed to go. At that very moment, he grabbed her hand and suggested that she stop hiding their feelings. With a smile on his face, he asked her to become his bride and not to marry his brother. Holding her hand, he reminded her how she asked if he would take her back if the engagement was called off, and this was his final answer. Kyra reminded him in surprise that when she asked him, he pretended not to hear her question. But now what? He kissed her hand and said that he had thought about it for a long time. After all, she was a noble woman in the Ligret Empire, and no one else would be suitable for him. The girl pressed her lip Just look at this freak. He doesn't even hide the fact that he wants to get a favorable position with his help. How could she be so stupid? At that very moment, she pulled her hand away and asked why he wasn't listening to her. There were already all sorts of rumors about them. Raken asked his dear Kyra not to be sad because he had already said that he had thought about it for a long time, and now he was ready. However, Kyra told him not to touch her because if anyone saw, they would start gossiping even more. The guy asked in confusion what was wrong because in this world, it was impossible to hide anything. He didn't care what others thought. Was she really so nervous because of the late answer? The girl looked down bitterly and told Raken that he had to realize the truth. They were friends, not lovers. She said that it was too late to change anything, so she believed that he could find a woman much better than her. Once again, he took her hand and, with horror in his eyes, asked what kind of nonsense she was talking. Had she really deceived him? The girl once again pulled her hand away and said that all their childhood promises were in the past and could not be returned. Soon, our heroine entered the palace, and the maid, as soon as she found her mistress, said that Lady Vienna was looking for her. She said that there were too many people here, so she asked her sister to come to her room. Our heroine immediately smiled, thinking that this idiot Rakan had ruined her mood, but she thought that the sight of a morally dead Vienna would bring her to her senses. Kyra immediately asked the maid where Vienna was. The girl told her that she was in her room and seemed very upset. These words were as sweet as honey to our heroine, so she turned and asked the woman to lead her to her. After some time, Kyra went inside and asked her sister if she had looked for her and why she was swearing. Did the maids do something wrong? By the way, she turned to the maids and asked them to leave while they talked. The women, of course, would not have resisted the mistress's words, so without further questions, they headed for the exit. At this point, Vienna started telling her sister that she should have introduced her as Vienna de Orche. So why didn't she do it? What about her promise to her father? Kyra didn't expect any other reaction. The girl apologized to her sister and said that there was a reason for it. Soon her engagement would be broken off. The girl asked in confusion if Prince Palon had ordered their engagement to be broken. Kyra said it was true. They had talked about it today. However, Vienna still asked how this related to her, because she was asking why Kyra did not allow her to become part of the de Orche family. Our heroine asked her in surprise if she really didn't know. The reason why the emperor personally insists on a breakup is very simple. The thing is, he doesn't really like their family, and so she asked what Vienna would do about their bad reputation. However, she took her sister's hand and said that she thought the fifth prince was showing sympathy towards her. Vienna asked in surprise if they were talking about Prince Raken. Our heroine nodded and said that he often asks about her. After all, maybe not she, but she will become a princess. The girl asked again in surprise. Then she told her sister that she had nothing at all, so how could she become one? Kyra convinced her sister that he really liked her, which meant that anything was possible. She still asked how. The girl immediately said that she was quite close with the fifth prince, but for the sake of her beloved sister Vienna, she would reduce their communication. She also promised to try to see him as little as possible, and in return, she would be there for him instead of her. Holding her sister's hand, she said that because she was a baroness, there might be some difficulties, but who knows how our life will turn out. Today she is a baroness, and tomorrow she may be an empress. With such a title, she knows that the whole world will be at her feet, and every subject will show her their respect. Listening to these beautiful words from her sister Vienna could not get enough of them. She immediately ran to Kyra, with hugs saying that now she understood everything. She thanked her for how much she cared about her. Smiling slyly, she just thought about how kind Kyra was. What can I say? Thank you, sister. Our heroine said that believing her was all that was needed. As her father had said, they were sisters, and no one could stop them. Vienna agreed with Kyra. Soon the girl even said that she had prepared something for her, so she asked to bring the gift in. In front of Vienna, there was a gorgeous blue dress that we had already seen somewhere. Our heroine smiled slyly and told her sister that it was a gift for her. Does she like it? Vienna looked at this dress with admiration and asked how one could not like such beauty. She immediately began to thank her sister for such a gift. But our heroine asked Vienna in surprise if she noticed anything strange. The girl explained that this dress goes with the fifth prince's costume, and she in turn has a pair of clothes with Palon. She said that the fifth prince had sent her this dress. Vienna was very surprised. Our heroine told her sister that the guy was afraid that Palon, due to rumors about the broken engagement, could ruin her ceremony, so he sent this dress showing how much he cares about her honor. The girl was incredibly happy. Kyra at that moment said that the dress comes with accessories and a fan. She added at the end that Vienna should put it on and dance with the fifth prince. And also, we almost forgot one more important thing. Kyra even prepared shoes for her sister. Soon after, she walked towards the exit, saying that she hoped to see her in the dress soon. Our heroine understood that Vienna must necessarily become a princess for Rakan, and then they both would fall into her trap. After some time, Vienna came down, and in the midst of a whole crowd of people tried to find the fifth prince. Meanwhile, Rakan was walking around the floor with a calm face and looking around when suddenly, in front of him, he noticed a joyful Vienna who was wearing the dress he had given Kyra. He didn't understand why both the dress and the donated accessories were at Vienna. He immediately looked at Kyra in bewilderment, realizing that this was most likely her doing. At this point, our heroine leaned towards her sister and said that the prince must be so surprised because of her beauty. Vienna, realizing that the dance was about to begin, approached His Highness and asked if he would agree to dance the first dance with her. All the people around started whispering about Prince Rakan and Lady Trahan, who looks beautiful. Moreover, they have matching clothes. Realizing that Rakan could not do otherwise, he smiled sweetly and extended his hand to his so-called beloved. Soon, they went dancing, which our heroine was happy about. Then she met Palon. The boy asked Kyra in surprise if she was already here. However, the girl whispered to His Highness if he had time. He immediately turned to his subjects and said that he needed to leave. Soon he turned to Kyra and said that they could go. The guy said he had been looking for her everywhere and wanted to know where she had been. The girl said she had been helping her sister with her dress, and that was why she had gone away. Palon asked if cousins should help each other. Kyra replied that Vienna had no one else. An unknown woman overheard all this. At this point, the second prince asked the girl if the maids couldn't help Vienna, why couldn't she change her clothes herself? Our heroine wanted to say something, but at that moment, a woman approached them and said that Lady Orshi knew how hard it was to put on such beautiful dresses, so she volunteered to help. If this was true, Palon said it was pretty selfless, because in the end, no one would even thank her for it. Our heroine looked down in embarrassment and said that everything was fine. She didn't need gratitude. The woman suddenly said that she was going to cry. How good the relationship between the sisters is. Palon was surprised to hear that there were so many confusing rules in the world of women. He thanked Countess Harpan because without her, he would not have understood such a situation. Our heroine looked at the woman again in bewilderment, not believing that this was Countess Harpan. She was quite an important person in the world of aristocrats. Her sudden disappearance from society gave rise to a whole series of strange rumors, and Vienna kept repeating how she wanted to be friends with her. Harpan smiled and told Palon that she and her husband had been married for over 10 years, and he still wasn't very good at understanding women. The second prince laughed and thanked the countess anyway. He had something to talk about with Lady Orshi, so he said they would step aside. As Palon walked forward, Kyra knew she had to follow him, but she also had to say one last thing. The girl turned and thanked the countess because thanks to her explanation, His Highness was able to understand her better. Harpan said she was only too happy to help and she was also glad that they had finally met. They hadn't had the chance before. Our heroine was surprised that she was looking for it. But why? Apparently because she changed the past, the future will now change too. Kyra understood that Countess Harpan had many followers, and this was a great opportunity. At this point, the Countess said that, to be honest, His Majesty the Emperor asked if she could give her eldest daughter to the imperial family. He wanted her to marry the second prince, and was quite surprised by such a proposal, but he thinks that her eldest daughter is not good enough for such a thing. However, she said that she was very grateful to Kyra for being with him. And still, our heroine could not understand why the heroine wanted to meet her. At that moment, the woman said outright that she would be on Kyra's side to protect her daughter. Our heroine asked in bewilderment, could it be that Harpan interrupted her and told the lady that she was right in thinking? So then was she ready to shake her hand? Although the center of their society is the Empress Countess Harpan, plays a far from insignificant role, so her support is only to her advantage. She understood that she would have a powerful ally. Our heroine suddenly asked the Countess if she really thought she would be suitable for this role. Taking her hand, the woman said that she was sure of it, so she wished her luck. Our heroine thanked the Countess, but she replied that she should thank Kyra. Then she said that she would soon send her an invitation to introduce her people. After some time, the first dance finally ended, which, as expected, Vienna and Rakan performed together. As soon as the dance ended, the guy didn't even look at his partner, but stared into the distance. It wasn't hard to guess where he was looking, but our heroine couldn't understand why he was looking at her like that. The guy smiled sweetly at her, whispering syllable by syllable, addressing Kyra, but she in turn silently left. As soon as our heroine had not gone far, her father came running towards her and grabbed her. The girl wanted to ask something, but he didn't let her do it and simply told her to follow him. Kyra pulled her hand away and said that she didn't have time for this because His Highness was waiting for her. In this case, the man told her to move because he needed to discuss something with her. However, at that moment, she heard someone's footsteps behind her. Who could it be? A silhouette was approaching her from the shadows, getting closer and closer, and with each step, its features became more and more visible. Of course, it turned out to be Rakan. Our heroine walked past him in surprise and asked where Vienna was. The guy screamed in bewilderment and asked why she was setting her up with her sister. Grabbing her hand, he said that he had no feelings for her sister. With ice, he decided to ask her what she was doing with his brother and where they were. The guy was squeezing her hand so hard that our heroine's face even twisted. She ordered him to let her go. Rakan was incredibly angry. He started shouting and telling Kyra d'Orsay to answer his question. But at that moment, someone called Rakan Swade. The guy turned around in bewilderment, asking who dared call him that. The two brothers' eyes met, and Rakan realized he was wrong, so he looked away. Once Pelon's brother calmed down, the boy asked Kyra in surprise what was going on here. At this point, Rakan decided to apologize. Pelon laughed and asked if it was really him. He looked at Lady Orsho and told him that he thought he had been very rude to her. The guy looked down guiltily and apologized to the girl, saying that he was angry because she was trying to get him closer to Vienna. At that moment, tears began to flow from his eyes, and the guy, perplexed, began to say that he thought that she no longer wanted to see him. Our heroine was quite surprised by what was happening and couldn't even understand if it was true, or maybe he was putting on another show. Our heroine looked at him coldly and said that she accepted his apology. Soon after, she turned around and told Pelon that it was time for them to go. Rakan started shouting and asking Kyra to wait because he wasn't finished yet. He still had something to say. However, the girl apologized to her fiancé and said that she would try not to create such humiliating situations with Prince Rakan again. She assumed she had some things to clear up. Kyra looked at Rakan and told him that she was staying with Pelon as his fiancé. The boy looked down in disappointment and said he understood. Kyra said she really hoped so. However, he understood that Kyra was his closest friend and should understand him. At this point, Pelon put his hand on the bride's head and asked if she was ill by any chance, because she looked quite tired. If she is not sick, he will be glad, but still does not know how to help her. The girl was in a stupor, continuing to stare at Kara. Pelon assumed that she was upset, perhaps because something was hurting her. In any case, he decided that if it wasn't so, then he didn't even know what could cheer her up. He asked her in surprise what made her laugh. For example, he could tell her a joke. Melvin once told him an interesting story that he wanted to share with her. Once upon a time, a girl from the village. Our heroine laughed and told Kyra that he was very sweet. She was grateful for his concern, but still she was fine. Coming closer to her and taking her bow in his hands, he said that he was very glad to hear it. Kyra was once again convinced of how caring he was. The moment he finally finished fixing the bow, he asked where they were going now. He offered to walk her to the restroom. However, our heroine immediately remembered her father, whom she did not particularly want to run into. Time must be wasted. She immediately asked the second prince to stay with her until the end of the banquet. Only he could help her. Pelon, although surprised, agreed to the marquise's request without any doubt. Our heroine was glad to hear this, but you couldn't tell from Melvin's face that he was glad. At that point, Kara let go of her hand. If he was busy, she didn't want Pelon to have a hard time because of her, but at that moment he took her hand. The guy said that everything was fine. Kyra was surprised by this and asked if he was telling the truth. The prince said that he would not lie to her, but Melvin quickly left. Pelon didn't even notice this, and only when he approached Mrs. d'Orche did he suggest that she go to the banquet hall. After some time, they came to the hall. Of course, there stood Kyra's father, who was perplexed and said that he had been waiting for her here for 100 years. Pelon immediately greeted the marquis, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man was surprised that his daughter was still with the second prince. He apologized to His Highness, saying that he had urgent business. The marquise immediately said goodbye to the boys and wished them a good evening. Pelon thanked him for this. Kyra was only happy with how quickly everything was resolved. Pelon asked the lady in surprise if she was avoiding the marquise. In any case, he said that if she needed him again, she should not hesitate to tell him right away, because her fiancé was always ready to help. Our heroine smiled sweetly at him and thanked him for his kindness. After all, thanks to him, she had a wonderful evening. At this point, Pelon blushed a little, if I may say so. Of course, our heroine looked at him in surprise and asked if he was by any chance tired. The guy said that everything was fine, but still something in his behavior had changed, so Kara kept asking if he was definitely okay. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to get rid of her, he decided to say that he remembered some important work. He immediately turned around and said that if she didn't need help, he would step away, looking at Pelon. Leaving our heroine herself, understood that he was really busy. Meanwhile, the guy was thinking that he should call a doctor, because it seemed like his temperature had risen and his heart was beating so fast he didn't want any misunderstandings. Melvin said that he thought Lady Orshi would be glad to hear it from him, but he would still keep His Highness's secret. But Pelon's guard nonetheless asked him to think carefully about it. After all, it is precisely because of her that he is now so embarrassed that he cannot look her in the eyes. The next morning, our heroine thought that the ceremony had been quite successful. One way or another, she couldn't understand only one thing. Why was her heart so restless? She turned to her mother and asked her if she was doing the right thing now. On the second floor, there is a room where my mother's things are kept, and only she had the key to it. Our heroine decided to go there, and as soon as she went inside, she said with disappointment that she hadn't been there for a long time. At that moment, she approached one of the chests of drawers, and her eye fell on a drawer which she decided to open. When she opened it, she noticed a whole pile of her mother's jewelry, and our heroine immediately remembered her mother and could not understand why everything happened this way. At that moment, someone noticed the open door and asked in confusion why it was open. Looking inside, it turned out to be Vienna, who was interested in who was inside. Our heroine, seeing her sister, immediately closed the box and put it back in place. Vienna approached her sister and asked her in surprise why she was there. Our heroine asked her a counter question. The girl said that she just saw that it was open here and therefore decided to come in. Is it really impossible? Our heroine said that she was right. You can't come in here. She immediately started to turn her head from side to side. Assuming that there were very valuable things here, Vienna asked if she could take something from here. Kara crossed her arms and shook her head, indicating that she was not allowed to do so. She said that these were her mother's things, but Vienna wasn't even going to listen to her sister. Noticing the beautiful box, she went to it. The girl turned around and asked her sister in surprise what kind of box it was. It seemed to contain precious stones, but why didn't it open? Our heroine approached her sister and once again told her that she was not allowed to touch all these things. Besides, she said that this box can only be opened by the touch of its owner. Vienna said it was quite interesting, but she was just thinking about how much beauty there was inside. Looking at her sister again, the girl began to beg her to take at least one thing from there. She reached out her hand, but at that moment someone grabbed her hand, preventing her from touching the box. Andreas, although he is Vienna's brother, he was loyal only to her until her last breath. Since childhood, the boy was constantly worried about his sister Kyra. When she looked sick, he was a good younger brother. At that moment, the guy asked his sister in bewilderment what she was doing, because this was a forbidden room, and therefore she had to leave right now. Vienna snorted her nose and said that she didn't really need those stupid stones. At this moment, our heroine turned to Andreas and, taking his hand, thanked him for his understanding. She understood that because of her, he had a lot of things to do. Nevertheless, the guy apologized for his sister's terrible behavior. Kyra gave him one last scratch on the head and told him everything was okay, then said they had to go. Andreas then turned around and told Kara that Vienna wasn't as good as it seemed. In any case, he had to go. Our heroine was very happy that now she had two people who were definitely on her side. One way or another, even though it was late, she assured herself that this time she would definitely not let them down. After a while, the action moves to the kitchen. Our heroine looked around in confusion and did not understand where everyone was. Why was it so quiet here? In any case, she looked at the fire and decided that she should add some sticks to the fire so that it would not go out. As soon as the girl did this, she sat down in front of the fire. At that moment, someone called her. As it turned out, it was Henny. The girl, perplexed, asked her why she was looking like that, if she just wanted to help. The fire was about to go out, so she decided to add a few branches. What was the best way to do this? Henny, at this point, asked the girl not to do anything. Kyra looked at her in confusion and asked what was wrong. Judging by her voice, it seemed like she was holding a lot back inside. In any case, the woman took on the job herself. Our heroine said that starting a fire was quite a problem. Henny asked the lady in surprise, what if she got hurt? Kyra, confused, asked Henny what was wrong with her voice, to which the woman replied that it was because of the smoke from the fireplace that got inside. Although our heroine didn't understand what kind of smoke they were talking about, after clearing her throat, she decided to say thank you. The girl admitted that she had never said this, but thanks to her, after their mother's death, they did not have to worry about the kitchen. Anyway, deciding that Henny was still busy, she apologized for disturbing them and headed for the exit. At this point, the maids began to ask each other in bewilderment why they were not greeting each other. However, our heroine told Soren that everything was fine. She came into the kitchen without asking. The maid asked in surprise how the mistress knew her name. Kara said in surprise that her name was Soren, isn't it? In this case, the girl pointed in surprise to another maid and asked if the lady knew her name. Kyra said it was Marina, who had come to replace Sophia. At that very moment, the girls asked the lady to give them a few minutes of her time. After some time, they were sitting at the table, and the girls asked that all this was apparently untrue rumors. Our heroine understood that they had formed a false opinion about her. She immediately asked who and what was telling them. Sorn asked her not to be angry with them because they had something to ask her for. As the Marquis said, he wants to change the entire staff, and they thought that she might. In general, the butler Vazel said that she absolutely does not care about them. Our heroine was shocked that he had the courage to say such nasty things. She decided that she should talk to him. Butler Vazel is from a family that has served her mother's line for generations. But why is he? At that moment, he just opened his creaky door and asked the lady in surprise why she was there. The girl said she had a question. As soon as they entered, the butler apologized for the mess and immediately offered them a cup of tea, but warned that it was hot. Kyra immediately told him that she heard something strange. It seems like he's going to leave somewhere. The butler left the mansion around this time in the past and went to the Roam estate. It seems that his grandfather's health had deteriorated at that time, and there was no replacement. Now that she thinks about it, it sounds pretty weird. Didn't he just leave for Roam and get fired? Vazel told the mistress that he was only a servant, so when he was told that he had to leave, he had to obey. Kyra, confused, asked who said that. The man replied that he was told about it immediately after the end of Miss Vienna's coming-of-age ceremony. Our heroine assumed that he apparently didn't care at all about her opinion. The man, perplexed, said that this was not so. He just did not want to disturb her, since the situation on the estate had become a little tense. Kyra decided to ask just one question. Did he want to leave? Vazel immediately replied that he did not. In that case, she told him to stay, and he started saying again that the Marquis told him that he wanted to fire all the old workers and hire new staff. Our heroine couldn't even understand why her father needed all this. Why was he so hastily firing all his previous employees? She suddenly asked the butler if he remembered what his mother had said before she died. The man said he would always remember this. The woman asked him to protect Lady Kyra. Our heroine told him in response that she told her the same thing. You have to protect your family until the very end. That's why she values them so much. Looking at the butler, Vazel, the girl asked if he would take her side. The man bowed down and told her that of course he agreed, and she could only tell him what to do. Soon after, he decided to ask how she was going to leave the old staff here. He reminded that the Marquise was currently in power. Kyra understood that her father was the head of the family, which meant that she would not be able to undo anything. At that moment, she decided that the only possible solution was to take his place. She asked Vazel to bring her the house register, which contains all the contracts with employees' statements of monthly wages and purchases of necessary goods. The man wanted to say something in opposition, but our heroine assured him that she needed everything she had. After some time, he brought her the book, and the first thing he asked her to do was not tell anyone. Vazel still couldn't understand why she needed it. The girl understood that in the past, this information had not interested her at all. As she began to study it, she noticed that there were several unclear points in the spending history. It's been 8 years since her mother died, and her father handed over her responsibilities. But since when has he been doing this? Vazel, at this point, asked Mrs. Kyra if she knew how to use the book. She just said that it didn't matter at all. All that mattered was how much money her father spent. At that very moment, our heroine began to feel an unknown strange pain from above and did not understand what was happening. Vazel asked the girl in bewilderment what had happened. Was she really feeling ill? Our heroine felt that she really felt bad, but she still decided to say that everything was fine and that she was just worried. She suddenly asked if Vazel knew that there was something wrong with the book at home. She then asked if he had had any quarrels with her father. The man said there was none. Our heroine added, however, that he most likely noticed the missing expenses and asked her father to fill them in, but he got angry and said he would fire him. Our heroine told him again that as long as she was here, he would not go anywhere, and moreover, she would raise his salary and improve his living conditions. Still looking around, she couldn't understand how the butler of the Orshi family could look like this. At this moment, the butler finally realized what Kyra was planning to do and cried out in bewilderment. The girl smiled and told him that she would indeed become the main marquise. This was the most obvious and quickest solution for them. By the way, there is a document that her mother certified with His Majesty. She will take it and go to the emperor. That's why she smiled, looking at Vasil, and asked him to leave this little problem to her. After some time, our heroine walked along the corridor and saw new maids. Apparently, the father had already put his plan into action. Kyra, at this point, ordered the maids to clean the hall where the Vienna ceremony was taking place, and quickly, she understood that if everything went the way her father wanted, her life would again become miserable and worthless. However, there was a problem. She did not know how to get to His Majesty. Of all the people she knows, she can only ask Palon Sai. She takes advantage of his kindness too often. She immediately decided to remove these thoughts from her head, thinking that she needed to distract herself. At that moment, Jane entered the room and turned to Mrs. Kara, asking if she was resting. The girl with flowers in her hands said that she was very glad that the Miss Vienna ceremony went well. Our heroine, looking at Jane, immediately remembered that she wanted to ask her something. Thinking back to the situation where Kyra saw the dress given to her by Rakan and her confusion about what it was doing there, some things became clear. The girl, of course, asked the maids why they brought it, but they embarrassedly said that Jane brought it. Our heroine couldn't understand why this was so, and the girl said that someone saw Jane talking to Prince Rakan, and after that she brought the dress into the room. She didn't have time to pay attention to this issue then, but the time came. Kara said directly that she found out that Jane brought a blue dress. Why? The girl immediately shuddered. She began to apologize and ask for forgiveness, saying that the prince had asked for it very much and she could not refuse. As he said, he would not leave her alone until she put him there. She apologized again for doing it behind her back. The girl, with a depressed voice, admitted that she simply did not know what else to do. Our heroine told her that everything was fine and she forgave her, but she no longer had to follow his orders. The girl said she understood. Kara suddenly asked her if she came here on the emperor's orders. Wasn't she sad? 2 years ago, when her engagement to Palon was officially announced, the palace sent her a maid. It was Jane. Even though she works in their estate, she still belongs to the palace. Kara, looking at Jane, reminded her that she is a noblewoman like her, but she is forced to call her mistress. However, she noted that she did not address Vienna that way. The girl said that she did not care, because she simply came to work on the orders of the emperor. Then she said that her father worked for Kyra, so she had no reason to address her any differently. Our heroine suddenly asked what about Vienna. She wasn't interested in what she thought of her. She just wanted to know what she thought of Vienna. After all, she couldn't trust everyone completely. She couldn't have her maid side with her father, Vienna, and possibly Rakan. At that point, the girl said that, to be honest, she didn't really like Vienna. She was here to serve Kyra, not her. Our heroine said that it was true, because that was what she was sent here for. So she doesn't have to do anything that concerns her family, only what she says. Kyra didn't want to doubt her loyal friend. But these were the times these days. Jane, however, agreed with her mistress without hesitation. After her rebirth, our heroine began to notice a bunch of problems that she hadn't paid attention to before. She had no idea who else could stab her in the back, considering that Rakan, whom she loved with all her heart, and Vienna, whom she truly considered her sister, simply betrayed her. Our heroine asked Jane to prepare her hair and dress. We need to see how the preparations for the tea party are going. The coming-of-age ceremony is conducted differently depending on the circumstances. Everyone making their debut at the party must do two other different things. Firstly, it was necessary to hold a tea party with noble women the day after his ceremony and a ball for aristocrats. This means that all Kyra needs to do is show up to the tea party and try to make contact with the noble women without Vienna doing it for her. The venue is the Lucette Room. The tea party is attended by high society girls in expensive outfits, so it is held indoors. As soon as our heroine opened the door, she heard Vienna talking about how her little sister had been busy lately because of her. Just yesterday she held a ceremony for her, and today a tea party. She is so grateful to her. The aristocrats told Vienna that she was very sweet, and that of course no one could leave her alone at such important moments. It was impossible to cope with it alone. She kept telling the girls something, trying to instill in them a false opinion of herself, a thin, sweet voice, just perfect for gaining sympathy and understanding. One of the aristocrats screamed in bewilderment and asked Vienna how she could do this to her. At that very moment, our heroine was approached by a butler who handed her a gift from the fifth prince. In the past, Rakan always gave her flowers when he felt guilty. She thought he wanted to apologize for yesterday. Our heroine grinned and soon asked Mary to open the door for her. A moment later, Kara stepped inside. Our heroine decided that it was high time to make this dull tea party a little more fun. Kara greeted all the ladies, sweetly saying that she had no idea that they had decided to gather early. Our heroine at this point noticed a sad Vienna, but told her that there was good news. The fifth prince had sent her a gift, apparently especially for tea. Having handed the gift to her sister, she asked her to open it as quickly as possible. All the girls around also started to support her and ask Lady Trahan to open the gift because they were also interested in what was in it. Opening the box, the girl noticed that there were beautiful and lush flowers inside. The aristocrats were perplexed. How beautiful! But why flowers? In any case, they decided that Vienna certainly liked the fifth prince. Our heroine suddenly asked in surprise if there was a small card inside. She knew that Rakan never sent gifts without a card or postcard. In the end, Vienna got to the card. If only they were surprised that the prince even sent her a card. Everyone was talking about how cute it was and asking to quickly tell what was written there. But at that moment, Vienna's face changed. Our heroine said that she was almost 100% sure that this was a declaration of love or something like that. Meanwhile, Vienna looked at her sister with envy because even though she had been friends with the fifth prince for quite a long time, he had never sent her anything like this. Kyra, in turn, smirked because she knew that her name was written on the card. Seeing her sister's confused face, she immediately felt so good in her soul. After some time, the action moves to the chambers of the fifth prince, who shouted in bewilderment at his assistant. The guy was horrified and said that Miss Orshi must have misunderstood. As soon as he handed over the gift, she immediately ran to give it to Miss Trahan. However, he said that Miss Trahan was glad Rakan said that he didn't care. God. Kara gave his gift to a common girl. At that moment, he remembered the card and asked what had happened to it. The assistant told His Majesty that Miss Trahan had also taken the card. The guy said that people apparently misunderstood the gentleman's dance with Miss Trahan yesterday. However, Rakan told them not to talk nonsense. Sitting down on a chair, he thought it was Kara who asked him to dance with Vienna. But why then? He immediately realized what was happening, but did not understand why he had not guessed it right away. Kara was so obedient before, but now there is definitely something wrong with her. What happened to her? Why? That was the only question that was spinning around in the fifth prince's head. He assumed that she was very upset with him because he didn't answer her right away. Looking at the assistant, he asked him if Kyra hadn't even asked about anything. The guy sighed and said that nothing at all. She was sure that these flowers were for Lady Trahan. I didn't understand why she didn't even check the box. Kyra d'Orshi. Is this really such a demonstrative protest? The assistant asked His Majesty whether he should send flowers again, to which Rakan replied that there was no need to do so. However, the guy began to tell the gentleman that Lady Orsh might misunderstand him. Raken shouted again and reminded that he had just said he was free. The guy immediately left the room. Raken thought about everything for a long time and still decided that Keira was very cunning. And she really was offended by this stupidity. He was absolutely sure that she did it on purpose. Keira gave the gift to her sister on purpose. Of course it was, so he understood that he knew everything about her. And yet it was nice when two sisters fought for his attention. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. The guy asked in confusion who was there and was immediately apologized to for the unexpected visit. The man entered the room and said that he had been told by the fifth prince that he wanted to see him. Meanwhile, our heroine was glad that the tea party on the occasion of her sister's coming-of-age ceremony had finally begun. No matter how small it is still an official appointment. She has been preparing for this since the morning, but her headache still won't go away. Should she take some medicine? The maid approached the lady and asked if she was okay. Keira asked Soren in surprise where she was from. The girl pointed into the distance and said that she had just arrived because they needed to serve cold appetizers. Our heroine assumed that she was very tired because, after all, she'd been cooking for everyone for several days in a row. Soren apologized to the lady for their prejudice against her. She took Kyra's hand, which surprised her, and then said that she didn't even know Kyra was so caring. And again, she apologized. Soren's older brother was a knight, and she herself, by the way, was an excellent swordsman. Apparently, this is how she showed her loyalty. Smiling again, the girl told the lady not to worry, and she, in turn, would prepare everything. Our heroine thanked her and thought to herself that it was good that she was her maid. It's important to build good relationships with the old staff, not just hire new ones. When this is all over, you'll need to talk to the butler. Several carriages arrived, and one of them was so different that Vienna couldn't stop admiring it, and Kyra knew who its owner was. At that moment, a woman got out of the carriage and immediately greeted Lady de Orsh. Our heroine smiled and greeted Lady Milia. She is the eldest daughter of Viscount Neuvan, a girl from the capital with a huge fortune. Kyra pointed to her sister and said that this was Lady Trahan, for whom they had all gathered. Milia greeted her, saying that they had not had a chance to talk before. Vienna began to tell her that she was very glad that Milia had visited their modest banquet. She immediately suggested that they go inside, where she would show them everything. After a while, the girl introduced herself and thanked Milia again for visiting her today. And by the way, she hoped that she would like it there. Looking at the way they conversed, our heroine assumed that they were getting along well. Would Lady Milia really be on Vienna's side in this life? At that moment, someone turned to Keira, and it turned out to be Lady Lavienne. Our heroine asked her when she arrived. The girl said sheepishly that she was a little late because she had miscalculated the time. This was Lady Milia's friend, Lady Lavienne Bringle. Kyra smiled and told her that everything was fine because she had come just in time. The girl thanked Lady de Orsha for her understanding. However, she asked Kyra why Lady Trahan was pretending to be so friendly with Lady Milia. Our heroine smiled and said that she herself did not understand because they were seeing each other for the first time. Then, still with the same smile, the girl looked at Lady Lavienne and asked if she knew anything. However, the girl did not have time to say anything because the knights announced that Prince Recan Swad Legret had arrived. Our heroine didn't understand what he was doing here because he wasn't invited. Why would he come here? In any case, she went up to Vienna and whispered in his ear that the fifth prince had arrived, which meant she should go and say hello to him. The girl, without thinking twice, went to meet him, and at first she was even a little embarrassed. In any case, she bowed and said she was glad to meet him, showing her joy that he had arrived. But after a moment, her face changed from happiness to shock because the first thing the fifth prince said was, "Where is your sister?" Lavienne was immediately surprised that the prince was looking for Kyra. Our heroine said that it could be so, but she thought it would be better to let them be alone. The girl looked at our heroine with admiration and asked if she really wanted to hide from him. In any case, she abruptly picked up the glass of champagne and spilled it on her dress. Our heroine asked what happened, and Lavien Bringle answered that there was an excuse. Now they could go to the restroom. After some time, the girl told Lady Orsh that she was truly noble, and her concern for her sister, even in the Count's estate, everyone was talking only about her. Our heroine asked again in surprise. Lavienne said that she had arranged a wonderful celebration for Lady Trahan. Although they had only met a year ago, they had prepared such a gift. Countess Harpan tells everyone about her kindness, so she wants to do something for her too. Our heroine was glad that Lady Harpan had already begun to act. At that very moment, Lavienne Bringle turned to Kyra and said that she wanted to ask something. She extended her hand, smiled, and asked if they could be friends. Of course, the girl happily agreed and told Lady Lavienne that she could call her Kai, only close. People could call her that. In that case, Lavienne Bringle smiled and told her new friend that she could call her Lavi. Our heroine smiled sweetly at her, another aristocrat, but on her side, how could she disagree? In the end, she left the lady in the restroom and went to the banquet hall. The atmosphere inside was friendly. In the center of the hall, men and women danced smoothly to the beat, exchanging compliments and smiling at each other. Of course, among them all there was Vienna, which did this business more successfully than anyone else. At that moment, while our heroine was walking down the corridor, someone called her. Turning around, she bowed and told Her Highness that she was glad to meet them. Raken asked her in surprise why he hadn't seen her. Had she just arrived? She replied that Lady Bringle had spilled champagne on herself, and so they had gone to the toilet. She immediately asked if he had greeted Vienna. The guy immediately said that he doesn't understand why she keeps asking about her. What happened to the flowers he sent her yesterday? Our heroine asked again in surprise, and then realized that it was about a gift. Keira replied that she gave it to Vienna, and she was very happy. The guy sighed in surprise and asked if she really didn't know anything. In that case, he decided they could skip it. Maybe she really didn't know, after all, it was the first time. Kyra didn't understand what first time meant. In any case, the fifth prince told her that they needed to talk, so they should step away. But this could not be done because now the knights announced that His Highness Pelon Swale Legret had arrived. Our heroine immediately happily approached him and said that he had said that he would not be able to come. The guy kissed her hand and said he had some free time. Was he really that late? Our heroine said that he doesn't have to talk nonsense because he's just in time. At that moment, the guy leaned over and asked Kyra if they could step away for a while. The girl agreed without hesitation. Soon he took her hand, and they were about to go to a quieter place. However surprising it was, once again the fifth prince shouted after his brother and Kyra to stop. However, after a while they were outside. It was strange. Winter was already very close. She remembered how the last time at the Vienna ceremony, it had not been so cold. Pelon suddenly turned to the girl and said that he thought she was uncomfortable, so he asked her to go away with him. He hoped he hadn't ruined anything. Our heroine smiled and said that it was thanks to him that she didn't have to stand there and be bored. Pelon immediately decided to start a topic for his brother and assumed that Raken was bothering her with his stupid questions. The girl said that she didn't like his behavior, but she didn't really want to waste her nerves and time on him. Pelon thought about it and told her in response to this that at this rate she would become emotional. Emotionality, she simply cannot give in to unnecessary emotions if she does not want a repeat of her past miserable life. At that moment, the second prince poked her in the forehead with his finger and said that if she didn't like something, she could speak about it openly. If something is bothering her and she is silent, then he feels strange being around her. Our heroine didn't understand what he was talking about, so she decided to ask Pelon more specifically what he meant. The guy said he felt like she was deliberately pushing away people who wanted to get closer to her. Our heroine couldn't understand if it was so obvious. Even Pelon understood it. Did Raken understand it too? The guy suddenly said that in this way she was similar to his dead mother, which is why he started this conversation. Our heroine asked again what she and the Empress meant. Palon answered her that when someone becomes impatient, they can do stupid things. Kyra was confused as to what he was talking about, but decided to ask him what he thought she was like. She felt like he could see right through her. At that moment he touched her face and asked if she was cold outside. Kyra was shocked. He hadn't done anything, but her heart was beating so hard that words couldn't describe it. It definitely shouldn't be like this. At this point, he apologized, saying that he had touched her without permission. He had no experience in communicating with a girl, so he does not know what is allowed and what is not. At the same time, he became more and more red. Our heroine suddenly asked what she needed to do. Did he want her to show the boundaries of what was permitted? Shortly after she told Palon that he was very different from his usual self, she was upset when His Highness left her so hastily at the ceremony. The guy continued to apologize, but he was so embarrassed and red that he didn't even know what to say. Our heroine asked him why he left, and noticing that something was wrong with him, she asked how she felt. The second prince apologized again, and our heroine, looking at him, could not understand why his face had become so red. Was it because of the moonlight? She looked up and noticed that today was just a full moon. Perhaps that had some effect on him. One way or another, she was absolutely sure that blushing even on the neck was not normal. At this point, Palon turned away, saying that he was out of breath and his cheeks were red. Apparently, he was very tired and needed to rest. The girl asked him if he had suddenly felt so bad. He told her that it seemed to him that this only happened when they were alone. Our heroine immediately asked in surprise, "What about dancing at the ball, even holding hands?" and even whispered all sorts of things in her ear. Then everything was fine. Although looking back, she supposed that even then he had been very embarrassed. Apparently, the second prince really only blushes when they are very close. One thought immediately came to her mind. Kyra asked the prince directly if he liked her. The guy said the obvious, of course, in surprise. Is it abnormal for a groom to like his bride? Kyra noticed the same clear and cold answer as always. Well, in that case, she most likely misunderstood it. At that moment, she remembered Palon's question, asking what he should do. She told him that they should keep a reasonable distance. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked what she meant by the words, reasonable distance. The girl assumed that he wanted to practice, so she moved away a little and told him to come to her and she would stop him when he got too close. Having taken a step, he did not notice any reaction, so it was logical that he decided to come even closer. Taking a couple more steps, Kyra told him in bewilderment that this was too much because they were literally a couple of centimeters apart. However, Palon looked at Madame d'Orsche and asked to be allowed to come a little closer. The girl closed her eyes and moved away a little. Palon apologized and said that he did not want to scare her. He asked her if he was okay. Looking at him, she was shocked and only thought about what the answer could be. If only he could see himself. Palon apologized again and reminded them that Kyra had suggested they practice. The girl said that it was, but he seemed to have gotten a little carried away. Who knew that the prince was so assertive? The guy said in surprise that he wasn't playing with her, but just, he really wanted to get closer. Looking at her, he said that he wanted to become the closest person in this world to her. Besides, it would help them in eliminating the rumors of the breakup, right? The girl said that she felt it would be better to develop their relationship more slowly. She didn't want to talk nonsense, but she couldn't open up to him right away. The guy then told her that he would do everything as he said, so he asked her to explain what else he could do for them. Since he was so persistent, she decided to ask if she could meet His Majesty. Palon asked in surprise if she was talking about the Emperor Kyra. At that moment began to explain to him that she was not particularly comfortable in her home. Her father is only kind to her when he is around, but in reality, he is a rude and cruel man. He needs the rights of the head of the family to stand up to him otherwise. One day, she just won't wake up and only the emperor can solve her problem. The prince had just started to say something, but at that moment Melvin turned to His Highness and said that he was urgently called. The guy immediately apologized to the laddie and said that he needed to step away for a while. Our heroine didn't even understand a little what had happened. Why did it look like he was upset? The action moves to the estate, where he thought that he was too close. A little more, and he would finally. But in general, it is worth getting rid of these stupid thoughts. At that moment, Melvin came up to him and asked His Highness if he was okay. The guy said that everything was fine, and then asked what he wanted. Melvin said that an urgent message came from the province of Drain. A gang attacked civilians. Many of them were injured. The prince, perplexed, asked again what he had heard. Then he asked if the victims were being helped. Melvin said that it was in the process. 2 days have passed since the first attack, but they continue to terrorize the area. The prince decided that a detachment should be sent there urgently, and he will come as soon as he receives permission. After the prince's order, Melvin bowed to him and said that he would do his best. He understood that he would have to leave the capital for several days to settle this whole misunderstanding. However, at that moment he caught himself thinking that he had her face before his eyes again. She really did look so scared and fragile. He needed to apologize. Meanwhile, the fifth prince still couldn't understand why Kyra was behaving this way with him. Why was she turning away from him? Why did she change so much for no reason? He decided he needed to find the butler and ask him to call Kyra. At that moment, he noticed a couple of guys in front of him who were discussing something among themselves. He immediately became interested. They were talking about the envoy from the imperial palace, who it seemed everyone already knew about. Raken immediately realized that Palon would have to leave for a while, so everything was going according to plan. While his brother was gone, he would make Kyra his again. Either way, he was still curious about what happened there. Why were these guys so confused? At that moment, he noticed his brother in front of him and immediately decided that he had come again to take his Kyra. Approaching Palon, he asked his brother if he was okay. The second prince asked in surprise what had happened. Once again, he saw that arrogant expression on his face. It seems he thinks he's better than everyone else. One way or another, he told him that they needed to talk. In this case, the guys came to the restroom, and Palon immediately suggested that his brother sit down because he needed to return to the castle, which meant they needed to talk about the essence. Raken asked his brother in surprise what happened, but Palon offered to talk about him. The guy said he wanted to talk about Kyra. He suddenly reminded his brother that he wasn't interested in her. Palon replied that Kyra was his fiancée and future wife, so she was not just interesting to him, but very important to him. However, Rakan in bewilderment told his brother that he had previously said the opposite. Palon looked around and asked in bewilderment if that was all he wanted to tell him. Rakan tried to restrain himself and said that maybe he was crossing the line, but as a friend, she was very dear to him, and he wanted her to be truly happy. Palon told his brother not to worry, because they were not going to break off the engagement. Rakan immediately asked why everyone was talking about her. The second prince assured him that it was just stupid gossip. Rakan still did not understand and said that it was all strange. Why did their relationship change? Palon laughed and asked if he was really that interested. The guy, of course, said he was very interested. Palon said that people change. How can they stay in one place all the time? Deciding that this answer would satisfy his brother, the boy said that it was time for him to go and left. Raken immediately hit the table, asking why everyone was putting a spoke in his wheel. He was incredibly angry. He still didn't understand why Kyra had changed. What was wrong with her? Because of this, he would definitely lose all his chances. At that moment, he jumped up and told his assistant to find Kyra and tell her to come to him. He would be waiting for her in the break room. The boy immediately ran. Rakan understood that she could ignore a friend's invitation, but not the fifth prince. He decided to take advantage of his position. After all, if this was the only way, then no big deal. It was high time to bring the real her back. He wouldn't let her change anymore. After some time, our heroine finally came and apologized for the delay. However, she thought that since the prince had called her, it was Peilon. Too bad. As if reading Kyra's mind, Raikane said that his brother had already left, which was why he was calling her. After some time of silence, the girl asked him in bewilderment, what next? Why was he silent? He stood up just at that moment. Soon he began to reach out to her with his hand and placing it on her head, told the girl that she was very beautiful today. After that, he told Kyra that she was more precious to him than anyone else in this world. Kissing her hair, he asked if she understood what he was talking about. But at that moment, our heroine silently knocked his hand away and asked if he was surprised. She told him that someone might misunderstand him if he touched someone's hair. However, the guy asked her in surprise what someone's means if he touches her hair. Looking at her, he said that if she doesn't want to, then he won't do it. But still for him, she is not just someone, but an important person. He also added that her coldness would not change his love. Raikane asked her to stop trying for her unfeeling brother and come back to him. Looking at her, he said that this was the only reason he had called her here in the first place. However, our heroine simply turned around and walked towards the exit. The guy suddenly said that, since that was her will, then see you soon. Kyra still couldn't understand why this freak was trying so hard to win his favor. This man is different from the Rakan she knew in her past life. She needs to be careful because something is definitely wrong here. 3 days after the Vienna banquet, the first snow fell. Fluffy white flakes covered the garden paths, signaling the arrival of cold weather, but she had never liked snow. On the day of heavy snowfall, her mother died without pain in her sleep, without saying a single word of farewell. And just when she parted with Peilon, and when she left society, and even when she became ill from the poison, all these days it snowed heavily. But today, it didn't seem so terrible to her. Now she understood a little why people liked this time of year. However, at that moment, someone turned to the lady and asked if she was listening. The girl suddenly moved, but did not even understand where she was. She had literally just been in the garden. By the way, she even felt the cold of snowflakes on her hands. It was all as if it were real. At this point, Vozel turned to Jane and said that if she was in a bad mood today, then perhaps she was right. He suggested that the girl rest after dinner. No less, our heroine assured him that everything was fine. She was just thinking about her own. At this point, Andreas turned to his sister and asked what if her trauma was affecting her like that. He explained that he was simply worried about her because the impact from the swing could have been strong and something could have been damaged. The doctor said that the first sign of deterioration in health is a high temperature. The wound on her forehead was indeed deeper and did not heal so easily. Kyra said she tries to powder it, so it's not noticeable, but forgot about the treatment. In that case, she said she'll keep an eye on it. In any case, she smiled and asked her younger brother to talk about it later, since their dinner was getting cold. She handed him the fish, and Andreas was surprised that his sister somehow found out that he liked fish. Anyway, he immediately started eating it, saying that he would eat it with pleasure. The action moves forward a little while, and Her Majesty's personal servant, Audrey Creason, greeted our heroine. The earldom of Creason was one of the great families after the Duchy of Treman that supported the Empress. Although she had many maids, the Empress entrusted important matters only to Countess Creason. One could say that she is the right hand of Her Majesty, and one of those who were against their engagement with Peilon. Anyway, our heroine smiled sweetly at her and said that she was responding somewhat coldly today. She must have been tired while getting there. She asked for tea. However, at that moment, she was handed a letter which was an invitation to tea. In the past, the Empress organized a tea party for young aristocrats, but she was not invited. Because of this, rumors about the broken engagement began to spread more and more. Everyone whispered about it and laughed, saying that Kyra was completely ashamed to appear in front of the Empress. Thus, by not showing up at tea parties, the girl automatically became a social outcast. But she wondered why she had invited her this time. Apparently, her life was changing after all. Even Her Majesty, who didn't like her, had invited her for tea. In any case, she understood that from now on she had to analyze every step she took. No one knew what might happen. However, at this point, Audrey screamed in bewilderment and told Mrs. Kara that this letter was not for her, but for Vienna d'Orsay. Our heroine was of course shocked and all that, but what did she just say? Not Vienna Trajan, but Vienna d'Orsay. Audrey immediately began to apologize, saying that it was most likely a mistake. However, our heroine was not stupid. Obviously, she did it on purpose. The Empress invited Vienna to spite her, writing their family name on the invitation. Kyra immediately said that it was rude to call a stranger a family member. Audrey Creason apologized to Lady d'Orsay and said that she would convey these words to Her Majesty. However, before this, our heroine decided to give a letter to Lady Trahan, so she asked to wait a little. The girl handed the letter to the butler and asked him to give it to Vienna so that she could write a reply. The man nodded and took the letter. Soon he left the room, and our heroine was left alone with Audrey Creason. After a while, Kara walked down the corridor and thought that the events from her past life were repeating themselves. The Empress invited Vienna, not her. And again, the invitation didn't say Vienna Trajan. Last time she personally allowed her to join their family at the coming-of-age ceremony, but this time it was different. But why then? Why does the Empress hate her? The girl began to bite her lips. In the past, when Raikan was already preparing to become emperor, she spread rumors about Kyra and even openly stated that Vienna was more suitable for him. She did nothing to protect herself then, because it was important to her that Raikan ascended to the throne without problems. But this time, she is not going to turn a blind eye to it. She still has little influence, so it might be useless, but she won't let her pride be hurt anymore. And if she doesn't control her anger, she won't be able to defeat the Empress. She knew she had to prepare thoroughly to leave her unarmed. She didn't want to rely on other people and benefit from them. In that case, it is very important to become strong now, which means you need to quickly meet with the Emperor and take power over the family into your own hands. She urgently needed these rights, both for a counterattack and for settling relations within the estate. Unexpectedly, Vienna ran up to our heroine and spoke in surprise about the fact that the Empress had invited her to tea. A joyful Vienna showed the letter, and with a smile on her face, asked her sister if she was happy for her. Our heroine smiled and nodded her head. How could she not be happy for her beloved sister? Kyra told her sister that she was going to the palace to meet Prince Raikan. The girl asked in surprise, was she really talking about the fifth prince? Kyra nodded her head, asking Vienna if she really thought the Empress had invited her just like that. The girl also decided that there was something in it. In that case, our heroine advised her to write a reply. Vienna asked again. Our heroine looked at Vienna in surprise and asked what was wrong. The butler should have told her that she should write whether she could come or not in the answer. However, Vienna's previously joyful face changed before her eyes, and Kara in turn understood perfectly well why she was now so moved. Vienna literally can't write. And what's more, she has terrible handwriting. The girl asked her sister to do this as quickly as possible, because the Empress's personal assistant would be leaving very soon, so there was no point in delaying her. At that moment, Vienna took Kyra's hand and asked her to help her. She invited her sister to go with her. Our heroine asked in surprise what she was talking about. Vienna suddenly admitted that she couldn't write because she hadn't been able to get a proper education as a child. Kyra pretended to be very surprised, but still asked what she needed to do. The girl asked to write a letter for the Empress. Instead of her, Kyra asked in surprise, why her? However, the shock was that at that moment, the girl bowed before her sister, asking her to help her. Of course, Kyra was a little confused. Finally, she asked what she should answer. At that moment, the girl handed over the Empress's letter and asked her to look at it herself. As soon as our heroine read it, she was in incredible shock. She decided that it simply couldn't be, and soon just turned around and ran without even saying anything. However, our heroine suspected something, so she ran somewhere to check. As she began to dig through the pile of letters, she tried to understand whether the handwriting really resembled the Empress's. She soon found one of Prince Raykan's letters and realized that it was written in Raykan's handwriting. How is this even possible? The girl immediately thought about it. Is there something she doesn't know about the Empress and Rakan? Following her sister, Vienna knocked on the room and asked in surprise what had happened to her. Having put all the letters in the desk, our heroine sighed and told her sister that she could come in. As soon as the girl entered the room, she began to look around and say how beautiful it was here. Kyra said that this was her mother's room, but nothing could be touched or taken, not by her, not by her father, and definitely not by Vienna. The girl sighed and said that she didn't even ask for anything. Kyra looked at her and decided to remind her about such curtains, bed, and even swing. She wanted the same ones. Kyra told her sister that she understood that she liked her things, but they were her mother's things, so she hoped for understanding. Soon, she sat Vienna down at the table and told her to start writing, and she would help her. The girl, perplexed, began to say that she had asked her sister to write instead of her. Kyra snorted and asked her sister in surprise at what point she agreed to write for her. Vienna asked in confusion what Kyra was talking about, since she said she couldn't write. Was it really that hard to help her? Our heroine laughed to herself, thinking that she only needed an excuse to sit her down at the table and make her write. Hatem, she said she would help her. But what next? Looking at her, she said that if she became the prince's wife, she would have to write a lot of letters and sign documents. Pointing at her, she said that she couldn't ask her for help every time, so she had to try. It's hard for everyone at the beginning, but you have to try and try. Vienna slammed the table and jumped up, saying that she would do everything herself and that she didn't need her help. Our heroine smiled and was glad about it. In that case, she decided to ask the butler to bring a candle because she would need to put a seal. After some time, Vozel came into the room. Kyra told him that Vienna had to write a reply letter, so let them sort it out, and she would return to the lady. Before leaving, she turned to her sister and asked her not to forget about the pen with ink and the seal, and also it would be better to try not to linger. She also asked for the answer to be conveyed through the butler into her hands. Vienna sighed heavily and said that she understood. After some time, our heroine came to Audrey again and apologized for the long wait. Vienna is very happy with the invitation and is already writing a response. At that moment, a puzzled butler entered the room, apologized to the lady, and said that Lady Trahan had accidentally used her seal. Kyra wasn't surprised at all. Of course, she did it by accident, and certainly not because she wants to be one of Diorshi. Our heroine couldn't help but giggle. Everything was literally as she thought. Vienna was literally an open book for her. Vozel, meanwhile, apologized and said that Lady Trahan gave him the answer in that form. Kyra replied that she did it on purpose. Most likely, Vienna saw that the invitation said Vienna de Orche. In that case, she decided to give the letter to the lady in this form. At that moment, the butler reached for the letter. He wanted to say something, but Kyra asked him not to worry, because she knew what she was doing. Soon she handed the letter with the answer into the hands of Audrey, who smiled sweetly and thanked Kyra. Our heroine, in turn, thought about what she would show, what would happen when someone tries to deceive her. After the Empress's assistant left, Kyra decided to take a walk. She couldn't even remember the last time she went out alone. Anyway, looking at the sun, she thought that it was time to go back because it was setting. By the way, looking around, she wondered where she had wandered to. Apparently too far. The girl decided that she should hurry. No less strange among all this was that there were no people in the area. As she passed through another alley, she wondered how she would ever find her way back. At that moment, she heard someone's footsteps and decided that someone was coming this way. Should she speed up? Since this stranger was already nearby, she decided that the best thing to do would be not to run away, but to hide, since there was little time. Soon they calmed down. The thought that it was time to go out began to creep into Kyra's head. The girl came out from around the corner, but at that moment, someone attacked her and hugged her sharply. The guy, continuing to hug the girl, asked in bewilderment how she ended up there. Kyra first said Palon scared her, and then only said she went out for a walk. Either way, she was curious about how he found her. The guy said that he was very worried and called her non-stop. Did she not hear? Kyra answered him that when she heard the steps, she got scared and hid. He breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked if she was okay. Did anything hurt? Was she cold? As soon as he heard from Lady Trahan that Kyra had suddenly gone out for a walk alone, he became very worried. In any case, he apologized for scaring her, but he just wanted to make sure she was okay. The girl looked down in embarrassment and said that it was her own fault. And by the way, she was on the contrary, glad that he was here. But why did he decide to meet with her? Palon explained that he had come to give her a letter. She wanted to see His Majesty, didn't she? Looking at this letter, she understood that it was written by the Emperor. She did not expect that he would agree at all, but everything was resolved very quickly. Our heroine asked Palon if this was an invitation. The guy said that it was, and that he would soon leave the capital again. It was precisely because of his departure that the Emperor asked that this letter be urgently delivered into her hands. Kyra smiled, looking at the prince, and told him that he helped her a lot, so she was grateful to him, and he could ask her for anything. Shortly after these words, Palon admitted that, to be honest, he came not only for this reason. However, they had not seen each other for a long time, and he began to miss her. It was when the occasion arose that he immediately rushed to her. Looking at her, he said that she was more important to him than anything, which is why he asked her to take him and her hands and go to the estate before it got dark. After some time, our heroine was sitting in her favorite bathtub and enjoying this pastime. One way or another, she thought about the Emperor's letter. The main part of it can be distinguished. He invited her to dinner at the palace, since they would soon become one family. One way or another, the girl understood that she should not give in to emotions under any circumstances. Coming out of the bathroom, she understood that her dinner with the Emperor and Vienna tea party with the Empress. Dinner will take place just 3 hours before tea time, and the place and time are practically the same. However, at that moment, Kyra's father literally flew into the room, dissatisfied with something. Looking at his daughter, he asked her in bewilderment how long all this would go on. Vienna ran into the room with a sad face and asked her father to stop shouting because her little sister might misunderstand him. He told his adopted daughter to stop defending her selfish sister because she was too kind. Vienna said that Kyra was getting ready for bed, and they could sort it out later. Our heroine looked at this circus with disapproval and did not understand what was happening. If these two decided to chat, then let them do it, not in her room. Kyra decided to call her father and ask why he burst into her room in the middle of the night. The man immediately said that he was not going to mention the rumors that were going around about the family because of her behavior. He forgave her when she decided to leave Vienna without their name. However, he certainly wasn't going to leave this unattended. Our heroine didn't understand what was going on at all. She couldn't understand. Did she really need to ask forgiveness for not taking this snake into the family? One way or another, the girl asked her father what he was talking about. The man was surprised that she asked, as if she didn't know herself. And how was she going to rule if her head was full of sawdust? He said that the second prince was going to break off the engagement. Vienna immediately began to ask her father to stop saying this because her sister does not like to talk about it. The man snorted and said that if she had been even half as good as Vienna, none of this would have happened. At that moment, the girl started crying and asking her father to calm down. The man calmed Vienna down and said that he would sort everything out. He turned to Jane and told her to send his daughter to her room, but the girl stood still and said nothing. The man asked in bewilderment why the hell she wasn't going to listen to the order of the Marquise de Orsha. She was a servant after all. With a heavy sigh, our heroine asked Jane to leave the room, and the man immediately shouted, asking his daughter how dare she interrupt when he was speaking. Our heroine decided to remind her father that Jane was a servant from the palace. If the engagement was broken, she would be the first to return to the palace. The man asked his daughter in bewilderment if this was really her only excuse, that some girl would be the first to return to the palace. Kyra continued to watch coolly and said that she used Jane as an example so that he would understand that she would not be here anymore. In any case, she turned to the girl and asked her to go, and they would sort it out themselves. The girl nodded her head and headed for the exit. At this moment, Andreas decided to come to the screams in the middle of the night, and in bewilderment he asked his uncle what was going on here. They all turned and asked Andreas why he had come here. He needed to talk to his daughter alone. The boy explained that he only came there because he heard screams. He asked for forgiveness for what his sister did because she did not do it out of malice. The head of the De Orche family at that very moment asked his son in bewilderment what he was talking about. The guy fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness. Vienna liked one of Kyra's sister's things and decided to borrow it for a while, but don't consider it stealing. Our heroine, perplexed, asked what it meant that Vienna stole her thing. However, the guy said that he asked the maid to bring the thing. Vienna, perplexed, asked what her brother was doing. Just at that moment, a maid knocked on the door and said that she had brought what she had been asked for. Vienna immediately smiled and headed towards the door, saying that there was some kind of mistake here, so she would sort it out now. Our heroine grabbed her hand and said that if it was a mistake, then she should know it too. Soon after, she turned around and asked the maid to come inside. At that moment, the maid approached Miss Vienna and handed her what she had asked to be brought. Our heroine, noticing the box, immediately realized that it was her mother's thing. Why does Vienna have it? Kara came up and snatched the box. The maid, perplexed, began to say that it was Miss Vienna's thing, so she should return it. She ignored the maid and asked her sister how she would explain what supposedly her thing was doing in her possession. At that moment, the father snatched the box, saying that it was most likely some kind of misunderstanding. Why steal Vienna at all? Our heroine decided to remind them that if they don't know, the pattern on this box is the symbol of the kingdom of Riesel. The man, puzzled, said that she had probably given it to her sister and forgotten. Vienna began to chime in, saying that she often did that. Inside was a hairpin that her sister had never worn. Our heroine laughed, but apparently Vienna lied too much when she said that there was a hairpin inside this box. At that very moment, she snatched the box and said that there was a brooch inside. It can indeed be mistaken for a hairpin, but just press lightly on it, and a hidden pin will pop off. Kyra guessed that Vienna was going to put the brooch in her hair. Now let's see how she does it without getting hurt. She immediately turned to her younger brother and asked him not to stand there like a pillar, but to call a doctor instead. The guy said that he would call him right away. And soon Kyra turned to the maid. She told her to bring some ointment in case something happens. They don't know. The girl, in shock, said that she will do everything right now. Kyra said that she usually agrees with her father on everything and never argues. But this is her late mother's jewelry. Doesn't he agree? He started saying that there was no point in talking about it now because it was she who hadn't been able to keep track of her thing properly. Our heroine screamed angrily and asked if it was really she who couldn't keep an eye on her thing. The man said that this was true, because if it were otherwise, how would this thing have ended up with Vienna? In this case, the girl decided that she had no choice but to check the magic box and find out who was lying. Since she is the property of the Riesel kingdom, she has magic that prevents theft. But the most interesting thing was that if someone opened it without the owner's permission, his image was imprinted. The girl, seeing her portrait, began to cry and ask for forgiveness, saying that this thing looked so beautiful, and the man once again stood up for his daughter. They say that she did not do it intentionally, and she already feels awkward about this situation. Our heroine sighed heavily and told her sister to leave the room because she needed to talk to her father. As soon as the girl left the room, Marquis de Orsha suddenly began to shout and say that Kyra had deliberately forced her sister to do this and showed the box. Kyra was shocked, but told her father that he could think whatever he wanted, but she was going to do everything she could for her anyway. The man asked her in bewilderment why she was doing this, and the girl said that she felt sorry for her. Her father was dead. Her mother was in a dying state. Didn't he think that she was almost an orphan? The man immediately screamed and asked in bewilderment which orphan they were talking about, because she had him. He was her father. Our heroine screamed back and reminded him that he was her father, not hers. Vienna was his niece, not part of their family. At that moment, he walked out and slammed the door, asking how much longer Kyra was going to talk nonsense right in his face. He didn't even want to hear it. So the action is postponed to the next day. Madame de Orche received an invitation from Countess Harpin. Our heroine asked him to give her a letter. He gave it to her, but something was wrong with it. Kyra asked the butler what happened. The man was silent for a while, and soon said that the Marquise had chosen a new butler, as before. Anyway, Kyra said it was for the best, and then told him to follow her lead. Then she asked what about the people in the kitchen, new too. The man said that it seemed that the food from the new cooks was not to the Marquise's taste. Although he sent those cooks away, he is most likely still looking for new staff, and he also said that he will fire everyone as soon as he finds the right people. Kyra listened to all this news in bewilderment, but was glad that she had managed to pass on the note to Soren through Jane. Quote, from a letter to Soren. The girl said that her father is very picky about food, so if the new staff cooks something for him, then lanthanum powder should be added. Lantana is a plant that causes vomiting when ingested. Once he and Vienna taste these gastronomic masterpieces, they all know what will happen to them. She will not let him take advantage of her position. By the way, she thought that her father would visit her after what happened, but everything was quiet. Maybe there was a meeting of vassals coming up. The vassals' meeting must be held at the highest level. It is something like a father's gratitude for allowing him to inherit the title of Marquis. Usually he only has Viscount Austen and the butler with him, but this time Vauzelle is on her side. She immediately decided that in that case, he should be caught for squandering the family budget. She had to be there to see that pitiful face. Already at dinner, the man asked his daughter in bewilderment whether she was really not going to greet her father. The girl asked what was the point of it if he wasn't going to listen to her. At that moment, the butler served her food, for which she thanked him. Only at that moment, the Marquis de Orsha hit the table because his nerves were at their limit. Andreas screamed in bewilderment. The man continued to talk and ask how much more could this be tolerated. He asked to look at Vienna and asked why she was not as well-mannered. Our heroine burned her hands and did not understand. Was it really her fault that he spilled hot soup on her, although he always did not care that she was in pain? Andreas told his father that if he continued to talk like that, his little sister might misunderstand him. The butler looked at the lady in horror and pointed out to her that her hands were all burnt, so he was calling a doctor. However, our heroine said that everything was fine and that there was no need to do it. Her father's whole appearance shows how much he does not deserve his position, given his barbaric behavior. At this moment, the man still could not contain his emotions, so he swung his hand to hit his daughter. Our heroine closed her eyes and heard a distinct pop, but did not understand why she did not feel pain. Opening her eyes, she noticed her younger brother standing up to defend his sister. Our heroine immediately started asking if everything was okay with him. The guy said that everything was fine. In any case, she asked the butler to bring the first aid kit. She didn't mind getting slapped because she could use it against him later, but she didn't know that Andreas would stand up for her. Did he really want to hit her with such force? At this point, the new butler turned to Vauzelle and told him that he was now in charge and there was no need to call a doctor. Our heroine started crying and saying that she didn't understand what was wrong with him. Why fire people who had served faithfully for so many years, who were ready to give their lives? She started talking about how they always followed his orders, knowing that they could suffer dire consequences because of them. He was a marquis. The man said he didn't understand what she was talking about, and the girl said she couldn't ignore it anymore. The girl said she knew he had oiled the swing, so she would fall off it. She knows that Vienna asked him to swing her harder so that she would also fall and hit herself. After that, he specifically told the fifth prince about it. He told him to meet Vienna, not her. Is it because he doesn't like the idea of them being close? Because he's better suited to a daughter like Vienna. The man began to defend himself, saying that it was all nonsense. After all, she wanted to date the prince herself. However, Kara asked if he really thought it was her desire, and not an unconscious state. Vienna asked in confusion what unconsciously meant. She had been told that she had a minor injury. The man began to try to calm them down, saying that the wound was almost healed, so there was nothing to worry about. Revived our heroine, understood why she had hit herself. Then, he had always wanted Vienna to get closer to the fifth prince. This is literally the man who is willing to harm his own daughter in order to achieve his goal. Showing her wound, she asked if this meant healed. This was her last chance before the meeting of the vassals to win over as many people as possible to her side. Now all the people in the estate, seeing the scars that he tried to hit her, will understand that she is just the unfortunate daughter of a terrible father. Fortunately, he did everything as she wanted. The people around began to whisper in confusion, talking about the deep wound on Kyra's head. Our heroine only thought that this was the right reaction she was waiting for. If only they knew how much she suffered and didn't use holy water for this moment. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked her father if she was really his daughter. Looking at the Marquise's angry face, the girl watched to see how he would be able to get out of this situation. He cried out in bewilderment, saying that so much time had passed and that nothing could be seen at the Vienna ceremony. She had hurt herself and was trying to reproach him. Our heroine held her head and asked her father if he really thought his daughter was that bad. She admitted that she simply covered her wound with her hair to avoid his righteous anger. Looking at her father, she asked what he had done on his end. Kyra continued to cry, saying that this was too much even for him. But okay, let him spread rumors that she did not do it throughout the estate. Replacing the butler who served with truth and faith, Andreas looked at his father in bewilderment and asked if what his sister was saying was true. The man immediately asked his youngest son what kind of nonsense he was talking. The servants' contracts were coming to an end, so he decided to replace them. Kyra started screaming, asking if he really thought she didn't know. It was because of Vasil who told him he wouldn't cover for him anymore. Looking at the butler, the Marquise cried out in bewilderment and asked if he really said that. In that case, he should have been thrown out long ago. Kyra continued to cry and tell her father to stop because the butler did nothing wrong and she was just waiting for his answer. Is she really his daughter? The man looked at his daughter in bewilderment and asked what kind of strange questions she was asking. In that case, Kyra decided that it was not so. After all, he always trusted Vienna, not her. Even the butler was worried about her. He did not dare to tell her about his departure until the very departure. People started whispering, saying that Miss Vienna knew that the lady was so traumatized. How could she not know such horror? It's scary to imagine what they could do to them. Our village was only happy about all these rumors, but the Marquise de Orsha turned to the people and ordered them to stop making noise. Andreas approached his older sister and asked if she was okay. In any case, he advised her to go to her room and rest. The girl smiled and told him that he was right, so they should leave here. Finally, the girl asked Soren not to disturb her until she sent the servant herself. After some time, our heroine asked one of the maids if she had found what she had been asked for. The girl handed over a notebook. Kara even prepared fabricated evidence and hid it in a safe place. Now it was all over. Everyone had seen how terrible her father was, and that meant she could breathe a sigh of relief. Also, the girl decided that it was high time to finally use holy water to heal her wound. The very next day, she had to go to Countess Harpan for tea. Who knew that their meeting would happen so quickly? The only thing that made her happy was that she managed to make such a strong ally. After some time, our heroine finally arrived at the meeting place, and Countess Harpan called out to her. Kyra smiled and told the Countess that she was glad to meet her. She also thanked her for the invitation. Soon, she began to look around and only talked about how exquisite this place was. The woman smiled shyly and said that if she had known she would receive praise, she would have tried even harder. One way or another, she decided to introduce her close friends, so she pointed to the girls sitting next to her. At that moment, she pointed to Countess Creason and said that there was a special person there for her. Our heroine, as soon as she saw the Countess, could not understand why the Queen's close friend would come here. Anyway, she greeted Lady Creason shyly, saying that she had been looking at her beauty. She was pleased to meet her, so she introduced herself. The girl said that she was glad to meet him and that she had heard about it from her daughter. In any case, it had been fun today, so she hoped to meet him again very soon. Soon, everyone dispersed, but only Countess Creason remained, and our heroine whom the Countess asked to stay for a while. The woman smiled and told her that she was not at all like they said. Kyra replied that she did not even know how to react, because she had no idea what the rumors were about. Lady Creason apologized and said she meant she was not at all what her daughter had described to her. Kyra smiled looking at the woman and said that she could tell everything as it was. In any case, there was no one here. The woman suddenly asked if Kyra knew why she was here. Our heroine surprisedly told her that only she could know about it. She was just very curious why she wanted to meet her. Lady Creason is after all much closer to the Empress than any other servant. Why would she come to Countess Harpan's tea party? The woman at that moment said that she was simply curious and wanted to see Kyra with her own eyes. The girl asked the Countess in surprise if she was convinced of her thoughts. Miss Creason nodded her head and said that it was good that they met today. Soon they parted, and Countess Harpan asked to wait to give a gift. She really cares about her people, and what's more, a letter was even written. She apologized for the unexpected guest. She herself was surprised by her appearance, since she had not sent an invitation. In any case, she would explain everything next time. Our heroine herself understood that it was really strange that Lady Creason would show up at Countess Harpan's tea party, had the Empress herself sent her. One way or another, there might be some secret connection between the Countess and the lady, so it was necessary to keep an eye on them. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, which surprised Kyra. Was she so deep in thought that she didn't notice they had arrived? Our heroine was perplexed and asked what the reason for the stop was when suddenly someone opened the carriage door. A moment later, Prince Rakan appeared inside, asking for forgiveness for the intrusion. He justified his actions by saying that she did not respond to his messages, and he had to take such extreme measures. At that moment, he closed the door, which surprised the girl. Looking at Rakan, she asked him why he was looking at her so strangely. A moment later, he touched her hair, then pulled one strand behind her ear. Soon, he took another strand of hair, but a different one, and kissed it, telling Kyra that she seemed completely different lately. Looking at her, he said that everything seemed as if she was confidently moving towards some goal. Only now he noticed that because of this goal, she was destroying relationships with her loved ones by committing strange actions. The guy suddenly smiled and told her that it looked as if she had already been through all this once. Our heroine, although shocked by these words, decided not to show it, so she coldly asked him where he got that from. Rakan said that before he knew what she was thinking, but now he understands absolutely nothing. The girl moved away from him and said that she had absolutely nothing to hide. She simply acted and thought as she felt in her heart. At that very moment, the guy hugged his beloved and asked her if she loved him back. The girl pushed him away and smiling said that it was so. She loved him. In that case, Rakan asked her in bewilderment why she gave the clothes he sent to others. Why did she pair him with this lowborn? She even gave the flowers she sent as an apology to her sister. Why? Our heroine pretended not to understand what he was talking about, and therefore asked what flowers he was talking about. The guy said that, on the day of the tea party, he sent a box. Kyra cried out in disbelief, asking if it was really for her, and she was so jealous of Vienna. However, in that case, she did not understand why her sister had not said anything at all, since these flowers were intended for her. Rakin even flinched a little as soon as he heard these words. Did Trahan really do that? Our heroine somehow felt that he suspected something despite her delightful performance. The guy apologized to Kyra at that moment. After all, she is his brother's fiancée, and he understands perfectly well that they cannot be together. Nevertheless, taking her hand, he asked what if he could resolve everything and change it in his favor. Would she look at him? Our heroine, knowing the future and analyzing the present, could not understand what was happening. How could she have believed such empty, sugary speeches before? In any case, she really wonders why he says all this. When she analyzed their relationship, she realized that they really were good friends at first. The girl understood that Rakin absolutely did not love her. But then why was he saying all these empty words? Looking at those puppy eyes, as he looked at his so-called beloved, she knew that in the end, he would choose the Vienna snake. The girl suddenly told him that she really liked him, and that she was very sorry that they couldn't be together, but that it was still worth stopping. Rakin continued to tell Kyra that these were not empty words. He had sworn that he would not leave her alone. She immediately remembered the promise he had given her when he became a prince. He had given the so-called word of a gentleman. Funny. Our heroine told him that such words and promises are impossible to forget. His speeches gave her hope. However, he not only kept his promise, but also took advantage of it. Rakin turned to the girl and soon noticed her tears. Should he get closer? Why was she crying? He decided to tell her that he loved her and wanted to know that their feelings were mutual. Kyra, meanwhile, was thinking about how hard she had bitten her cheek to make the tears come. I wish this performance would end soon. The girl asked the prince not to suffer because she wanted him to be happy. Whoever was next to him, she would support him. One way or another, she needed to think. The guy asked not to say that. He didn't want to accept this answer because he wanted to hear the truth. But Kyra asked the prince to leave because she needed time. Could he understand that at this moment? Rakin asked her a counter question. What about her? Did she understand what he meant? Our heroine said that she understood and therefore asked him to leave. The prince suddenly shouted, saying that everything was wrong. He only wanted to say that. Our heroine once again shut His Highness's mouth and said that time was up, we had to go. At that moment he grabbed her face and turned to her. Kyra was confused and began to think what this weirdo was thinking. Soon he began to reach out to her with his lips, thinking that in this way he could resolve their current situation. Nevertheless, our heroine began to turn away from him with all her might, making it clear that she did not want this. The guy asked her in bewilderment if she was really scared, to which the girl nodded her head and asked who wouldn't be taken aback in her place. Why so suddenly? She could only think to herself how much this jerk irritated her. She told him again that she needed time. The fifth prince smiled at last and told his beloved Kyra that she was very beautiful. He wanted to kiss her to prove his feelings. Funny, does the fact that she is beautiful give him the right to kiss her? Rakin at this point asked the girl if she wanted it. At that moment His Highness was called, saying that it was time to go. The girl told him that he had business, so he should go. Rakin finally leaned over to Kyra and asked if they had cleared up all their misunderstandings. Our heroine asked what misunderstandings they were talking about. The guy took one look at Kyra and told her that he wasn't interested in Vienna Trahan at all. She was just her relative, and that was it. No need to try to set him up with her in the future. He smiled and said that he loved only her. She really was the most beautiful girl in the empire, and he restrained himself from running to her with kisses. In any case, he opened the carriage door and said that it was time for him to go. But she should remember that from today on, no one else should touch even the tips of her fingers with their lips. Soon the carriage set off, and our heroine couldn't understand what kind of nonsense had happened. What did it mean not to kiss others? She had never kissed anyone anyway. In the past, despite all her efforts, Reikan only honored her with a fleeting kiss on the cheek, but this time she noticed that the guy had gone for something new, but she couldn't understand what he was trying to achieve. Why did he need her so much? Our heroine at this moment remembered the evening when Kyra and Palon went out onto the balcony. Did Reikan really think that they kissed then? However, there was no one else there, so how could Reikan know this? In any case, she soon arrived back home and was met by the butler. He said that while she was away, a meeting had been held, and the documents she had requested had been carefully checked. The girl asked him what had happened in the end. Vozel told her that they had approved a suspension from state affairs for 3 months. Of course it was wonderful, because being removed from state affairs was indeed a great punishment for her father. Kara turned to the butler and said that she hoped he did not feel guilty because it was a natural result. As a result, the removal of her father brought our heroine the greatest benefit, since the management of the estate's financial affairs is now hers, which means it's time to get full rights. Anyway, the girl noticed that the house was somehow quiet. Fortunately, she can now breathe freely. She felt much better, having given up the dream of becoming her father's favorite. Eventually, time flew by, and the day of her meeting with the emperor arrived. Also, today was the day when Vienna would attend the empress's tea party, and she would take what was rightfully hers. Suddenly, Kira saw a strange commotion near the carriage. Vienna was arguing about something with the butler. Vienna was perplexed when she said that she was going to the empress. So why on earth was her sister taking the carriage? The man answered her that Mrs. Kara also had business. She was going to the palace. The girl was perplexed and asked the butler if he was deaf because she was going not Kara. At that moment, our heroine approached her sister and asked if she was already going. Vienna assumed that her sister had come out to see her off. In any case, she was sorry that she had no invitation, so she would not be able to enter the palace. Our heroine found it funny to watch her sister's arrogance. Just think, she was proud of an invitation to a tea party where there would be girls from the upper classes. It was just perfect, so it's a good idea for Vienna to continue. At that moment, Kara told her sister that she would be happy to see her off, but what a pity she was very busy today. After that, she turned to Jane and said that it was time for them to go, so they needed to get into the carriage. As soon as Kara entered the carriage, her sister asked her in bewilderment where she was going. The girl answered her sister that she would tell her everything as soon as she arrived, and as for her, have a nice tea party. After some time, our heroine arrived at the palace, where Palon met her at the entrance. The girl thanked him for coming out to meet her. Palon replied that it was nothing because he had promised her. Stepping out of the carriage, the girl immediately felt the gazes fixed on her person. It was obvious that these people were spying on her. It is logical that all these jackals suspected something else. The law of the empire limited the women who could become empresses. They must all be marquises and above, and every aristocrat must become a concubine, but not everyone a queen. Among all of them, only Kara is free and has such a status, which means that no matter what she does, she will remain in her place. At that moment, the girl turned to Palon and asked if he knew why she had made an appointment with the emperor. The guy looked at her and assumed it was because of the transfer of rights. The girl was shocked that he knew everything, but still helped her cope with this matter. Palon answered her and reminded her of the promise he had made. Kara remembered it at that moment. However, it was more like a deal than a promise. At that moment, the guy said that the rights should be transferred to her immediately upon reaching adulthood. The delay occurred only because of their engagement. Anyway, Kara just thought that if it weren't for Palon, she wouldn't have been able to go all this way. When he's around, she feels safe. That is why the girl smiled looking at him and thanked him with all her heart. Soon, the action moves to the palace, to the dining room, in which there were 4 chairs. Our heroine was surprised by this. The girl immediately asked who would be with them. At that moment, the star of the empire, the second prince was introduced. At this moment, our heroine turned around and noticed Lady Philippa Canzella in front of her, who was glad to meet Lady Orshi. According to rumors, she is the one responsible for the empire's economy and holds financial control in her hands. Kyra greeted the girl and said that she didn't even expect to see her here, but she was also very glad to meet them. Philippa Canzella smiled, but covered her face with her fan, saying that she was also glad to see her because she wanted to visit her. Now she was about to report to His Majesty, but she heard that he was going to have dinner with Kyra Orshi. She apologized to the second prince for intruding. Palon said that all was well and asked her to sit down. Then Philippa Canzella sat down and told Lady Orshi that her mother had been a wonderful person. She even admitted that she wanted to be like her, but it was a pity that their lives were so fragile. After her husband's death, she thought that she would be thrown out of the family despite her pregnancy. One way or another, even after the birth of her son, it was her mother who helped her obtain a title for him. Our heroine was very surprised by this because she did not remember her mother being interested in other people's affairs. And besides, she was often sick and rarely left the house. I wonder why she helped them then. Was she afraid that after Kyra's death, she would end up in the same situation? And at that moment, the girl understood why Lady Philippa was here. She knew who exactly helped her son and was now going to help her get her title. Philippa Canzella, meanwhile, said that her son was already 12 years old and would soon come into his own thanks to his mother Kyra. At that moment His Majesty entered the room, which the knights immediately said, "The great son, Legret, His Majesty." The emperor smiled looking at Kyra and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Deciding not to beat around the bush, he decided to ask the girl what exactly she wanted to talk about. It was better to decide everything now and then eat. Our heroine told him that she wanted to receive her title by right of inheritance. Then she handed him the letter that her mother had left before her death. She admitted that she did not know about the letter for a long time, since her father hid it from her. In any case, Kyra said that the emperor most likely heard about his removal. She decided to show everything and tell everything in advance. By the way, the letter is officially certified. Palon said at this point that Lady Orshi should have come into her rights 2 years ago. Our heroine confirmed his words, but said that she did not blame anyone for this, because that's how it happened. Philippa Canzella suddenly said in surprise that most likely they had discussed it among themselves, and that was why they were so calm. However, the emperor said that if they had both decided everything, then it seemed to him that it was being done as a protest. Was it because he wanted their engagement to be broken? Our heroine, perplexed, asked the emperor if he really wanted this. The man, confused, began to say that it was not so. He just wanted them to get married sooner, but everything dragged on. And our heroine at this point answered him that she knew everything. After all, a lot of time had passed, and a lot of changes had happened in her family, so she wanted to finish with it. Kyra Orshi, Marquise, by hereditary blood, asks His Majesty to grant her her legal rights. Before that, he said he needed to ask her something. He wanted to know if it would change the status of her engagement to the prince. The girl said that this would not affect her engagement in any way, since she herself wanted it. In that case, the emperor said that he saw no reason to oppose this desire. He snapped his fingers and asked the servant to call the official. Flash forward to 2 hours later, at the Orshi estate. Vienna was furious that her sister had taken their family's carriage and left. In that case, she looked around and, noticing some carriage, said that she would go in this one. The people looked at her in bewilderment, and the girl replied that her father was sick and her sister was not at home. So while they were away, she was the mistress here. However, at that moment, the butler approached and told the girl that this was the mistress's personal carriage, and no one else had the right to use it. Vienna snorted and asked what he was even talking about. He always follows Kyra around, so doesn't he know? She decided to recall the words of her sister, who said that she did not feel sorry for anything for her. So what kind of nonsense is this? The man still stood his ground and said again that this carriage could only be used by the lady, so she should choose another carriage. Vienna even started laughing, asking the butler how much he disliked her. The man wanted to say that this was not the case at all, when suddenly Vienna screamed. She told him to stop talking nonsense and save his speeches for others. She's going to the castle right now. Vasil wanted to warn her about what would happen if she went to the castle, but the girl only laughed and got into the carriage. Soon she left the estate. One of the knights ran up to the butler, asking if he was okay. The guy immediately noticed that they had problems because the miss went on the Kaira carriage. He said in bewilderment that it was a gift from His Majesty for the engagement, and the butler, in turn, said that they had to warn the lady he would write a letter, but who would deliver it. The action moves back to the emperor's palace. Palon is approached by his assistant, who is passing on some information. The guy handed over a letter and said that it came from the de Orche estate, which was sent by the butler. Kara was a little surprised. The man said that something bad had happened. Vienna left on the Kyra carriage, which was a gift from His Majesty. The girl did not listen to him, despite all the warnings. He assumed that His Majesty would be angry, so he asked to meet Vienna. Our heroine asked when the letter arrived, but still the sister did everything as expected. Melvin replied that it took about an hour before it reached his hands. In that case, our heroine realized that it came just when she was at dinner with His Majesty. The girl stood up from the table, and Palon took her hand and asked in surprise what had happened. The girl turned around and said that Vienna had caused trouble again, so it needed to be checked. Soon after, he looked at the letter and was shocked. Could it really be true? Kara told him that Vasil wouldn't just write like that. After some time, the guys went outside to meet Vienna. Meanwhile, someone was scolding the girl who was in tears. Of course, our heroine noticed this. With a heavy sigh, our heroine began to ask Palon for forgiveness because she did not want to dispose of His Majesty's gift in this way. She understood that she should have kept a better eye on him, so she asked him to forgive her sister. The guy told his fiancée not to say stupid things because he had no desire to punish her. But nevertheless, he looked at the girl and said that he would like to warn her. The girl lowered her head guiltily and said that she understood His Highness. He asked her to look at how Kyra had to suffer because of her actions. Vienna turned her gaze to her sister and began to apologize to her, saying that she didn't mean it. However, after that, Palon put the cape on Kyra. At that time, she thought that everything was going according to plan. She knew that Vienna would ride in this carriage. Of course, she didn't know how long the girl had been arguing with the knights of the imperial palace, but at least 10 other carriages had passed by them. In society, your reputation can crack in an instant, like thin ice. And the funniest thing is that it doesn't matter that the title of Marquise is rightfully hers if it was not officially awarded. Everyone around her wants her to fall. They will all gossip and say bad things about her, despite all the good things she does. However, when the people in the palace see what a fuss Vienna has made and how inappropriately she is behaving, and her, who is so zealously defending her sister, they will certainly pounce on her with sympathy. Unfortunately, the battle for the title is not without casualties, so she needs to attack first. Literally, in a week, this situation will be forgotten, but her kind attitude and title will remain in the memory of all people. The girl knew for herself that she should strengthen the position of the Marquise, and was there a better way? Kyra, at this point, turned to Palon and thanked him for his understanding. Of course, there were still tears in her eyes. The guy hugged her to calm her down, and at the same time told her that everything was fine. In any case, he ordered the door to the carriage to be opened, and henceforth it was to be opened only for Lady Kyra de Orcia. The knight of the imperial palace stood up at attention and told His Highness that he understood everything. Vienna at this point looked at them in bewilderment and said that she also needed to get inside. Palon turned around and looked at the girl with disdain. he decided to say again that this gift was only for Kira, and only she could ride in this carriage. Our heroine, however, still maintained her status as a good sister, so she asked that a carriage be sent for Vienna as well, since she would be late for tea. Palon was beside himself with anger, but still said that he would fulfill Kyra's request if she so desired. Kyra once again thanked her groom and asked him to wait so she could say a few words to her sister. The girl smiled and said that a carriage would be sent for her, so she needed to wait here for a while. She also told her sister that she had asked for a knight and a maid who would be able to sort out the palace. Vienna bit her lip and said that she understood. Kyra looked at the knight and the maid and asked them to take good care of her sister. The guy happily told Lady Orshi that everything would be done, and now he was closing the door. After a while, the carriage was moving, and Kyra thought that everything was perfect. She received a title from His Majesty and improved her reputation at the expense of Vienna. In any case, all she could do was wait for the reaction of the people who saw all this. Looking at the palace, she caught herself thinking that the palace which she had seen so many times in her past life seemed to have always been so beautiful. I wonder if I should thank the poison that killed her body and allowed her to live a second life. What else can one dream of, if not sweet revenge? Nevertheless, our heroine began to think, will she really be able to change this life? In any case, she threw her head back and decided that when it was all over, maybe she would still try to live this life for itself. At that moment, the girl felt a sharp pain. Looking at her legs, she assumed that she had run too fast, and probably now there was blood. After a few seconds, Palon handed her a handkerchief, asking Kira if she was hurt. He soon turned around, saying that he would not look and that she could examine herself for now. Once again, the girl noticed that Palon had blushed. Why was he so red? Or on the contrary, what was wrong with her? Why did the prince seem so cute to her? Either way, she decided that the scarf would definitely not help in her case. Soon she raised her head and noticed Palon's gaze. She reminded him that he had promised not to look. The guy apologized and said that he thought she was in pain, so his body turned around on its own. He didn't want to make her feel awkward, so he promises that she won't be hurt because of him in the future. Our heroine was surprised that Palon was taking responsibility for her leg wounds. After some time, they arrived, and Palon offered to carry the bride, since it would be better for her not to move unnecessarily. The girl began to make excuses and say that everything was fine. She could go herself. However, Palon decided not to listen to her, so he immediately picked her up in his arms. He asked her to be patient for a while until he carried her. Kyra wanted to say that there were many people in the castle, but the second prince interrupted her and asked her to pretend that she had lost consciousness. A moment later, they passed the butlers. Palon asked them to call a doctor, as Lady Orshi was ill. After some time, Palon finally brought the girl to the estate, and what's more, they put a bandage on her leg. Jane jumped into the room in bewilderment and asked the lady how this had happened. Our heroine told her that everything was fine because the wound was minor. However, Jane said that if she had known this would happen, she would have accompanied her. Kyra again asked her not to worry, since she herself insisted that she take a day off. The girl examined the lady's leg a little more, but soon our heroine said that it was time to go. Jane asked Kara if she had finished her business. Kyra smiled and told her that luckily she was done with work for the day. The very next day, the girl had to ride in a carriage again. She could not understand why Palon accompanied her everywhere. It was so strange to be here alone with him, and his words about responsibility were stuck in her head. In any case, she decided that she wanted to open the window. At that moment, Palon asked her how she felt. The girl thought for a moment and then said that something in her chest was squeezing, and it was as if the keyboard had risen. Touching her head, he asked in surprise where and what hurt. Kyra was embarrassed and said that it wasn't really that. She was just embarrassed by his words. Palon laughed and asked in bewilderment if he was really the cause of her poor health. Our heroine answered him that another groom would simply send his bride away with a couple of nights, but he really is not like the others. She also said that he was cutely worried about the blisters on her feet, as if she had been seriously injured. Besides, she is confused by the word responsibility. He suddenly says such things, and therefore she cannot understand. Is it really that easy for him? The guy said that it was not difficult for him to take responsibility, so he said so. Our heroine wanted to say something else, but Palon got ahead of her and reminded her that she would soon become his wife, so he should think about her. Kyra, in turn, reminded him that they had a regular deal, so he didn't have to try so hard. Hearing this word, the guy's face instantly changed, and it was noticeable that it offended him. The girl said, in any case, that what they had agreed on would be enough for her. She decided to remind him of the plan, that she was taking away the rights to the family and helping him ascend to the throne. Palon squeezed his leg and said that he remembered, but still she was officially his fiancée, and he had responsibilities. That didn't mean he could completely remove the emotions from their relationship. She is his future wife, the only woman he will live with for the rest of his life. This is more important to him than their agreement. Kyra said she understood what he was talking about, but their wedding was not happening anytime soon. Looking down, she suggested that he think about the present, because the most important thing for her now was to sort out her title and her home. Palon's expression sank even further, and he apologized for not helping her with this sooner. Kira was puzzled and said that it was none of his business, but he still apologized, saying that if he had the status of crown prince, the family would treat her better. Kyra laughed and said that in the future they will solve problems together. After all, they have a common goal, and they will achieve it. The guy once again blushed in all possible places and whispered, "Together." The girl breathed a sigh of relief and noticed that he smiled, so she assumed that he could answer her question. His Majesty very quickly agreed to give her the rights of the head of the family. Is there any other reason for this? The boy said that most likely the emperor only wanted to keep his word to the late marquise, her mother and supporters. That's why he agreed so easily. Kyra was happy that she got what she wanted anyway, so there was no need to look for pitfalls. Vozel, Henny, Soren, they will all be happy to hear this news. At that moment, Palon pulled her out of her thoughts and asked her in surprise what she was thinking about. The girl suddenly noticed that the prince seemed to have become more cheerful. Suddenly, she stared at him, trying to figure out if his eyes had always been that color, so golden and deep. Had they always been so beautiful? She touched his face and said that the royal family members had very beautiful eyes, so she just wanted to take a closer look at them. She was shocked that she had touched his face, but Palon took her hand and pulled her towards him. Looking at her, he became a little dreamy. Kara asked him what happened, to which he answered that her eyes were beautiful. Our heroine thanked him for the compliment, but still asked him to give her her hand because she was sweating. The guy sheepishly apologized and said that she was so beautiful that he accidentally took her hand. At that very moment he realized what he had just said, so he blushed and began to think about what had just happened. However, looking at Kyra, who was thanking him for the compliment, he decided that everything was fine. It was good that she wasn't offended and simply took his strange words as a compliment. He breathed a sigh of relief. However, our heroine sat there embarrassed and did not understand why Palon was saying such strange things. Her heart was beating incredibly hard, and she reassured herself by saying that these were just words that had no meaning. At that moment she looked at him and said she wanted to ask him something. His eyes were a deep gold color, but then why were his relatives different? The members of the royal family stood out with their dark black eyes, which looked as if they had been sprinkled with golden powder. Each of them had their own degree of gold and black coverage. For example, the emperor's gold color occupies a third of his eye. The third prince had a quarter of gold, and the fourth prince had almost no gold sheen unless you looked straight into his eyes. At that moment he asked in surprise if she didn't like it. The girl answered him that it wasn't so. She was just curious. In that case, he said he wasn't sure what the reason was, but Melvin said the golden tint of the eye showed how skillfully the prince would wield the sword. The girl decided that this was quite interesting. After all, Palon was the best at fencing. Our heroine at that moment realized that the gold color means the level of fencing, and then it means that the black color. Palon at this point said that black, according to Melvin, shows the level of mana. Then it is obvious that most likely he is the one who wields magic best of all. Kyra immediately understood who they were talking about, because this impudent silhouette immediately appeared in her face. The second prince was talking about his brother Rakan. In his past life, the fourth prince was considered the best wizard, so there was no point in him pretending to be such a useless prince. But then what? The girl said outright that she had never seen the fifth prince use magic. Even though he had her fooled and pretended to love her, she understood that he could just as well pretend that he had no strength. However, Palon asked his bride to calm down, because this was just an assumption. In any case, even if it is true, sometimes there are things that you don't want to show to others. Kyra immediately analyzed these words and decided that Palon understood why and what his brother was hiding. What if he himself was hiding something from her? Anyway, night came. The boys returned to the estate, and of course, as Palon promised, he was carrying his bride in his arms. Finally, he told her that if she didn't feel better, she should use holy water. The girl replied that it was stupid to use such a rare thing for a small wound. He looked around in surprise and decided that she had run out of everything. In that case, he said that he would bring her more, but the girl began to dissuade him, saying that she still had some. The girl immediately went to the chest of drawers and took out holy water from it to prove that it was still there. Nevertheless, he took this water and, sitting on his knees, said that he would do everything, but it would be better for her not to move. At that moment, he poured holy water on her leg and said that if she had any more wounds, she should use the water right away. He would bring her as much as she needed. He left soon after, and after Palon left, the atmosphere inside the house seemed surprisingly quiet. She also remembered that a letter from His Majesty should have arrived by now. In any case, she decided that if not now, then very soon she would read it. 2 days later, the letter with the Emperor's order arrived. Of course, the one to whom it was dedicated read it and was shocked. The Marquis de Orche flew into his daughter's room and asked her in bewilderment what she wanted to achieve by doing this. The man shouted and said that he didn't even know where in the world such a thing had been seen, that a daughter would take her father's place. Kyra looked at him coldly and asked if he was done. It was her right on her mother's side, and she would have gotten her status sooner or later anyway. What was wrong then? He started laughing at her words, saying that now he understood what she was constantly thinking about, so she would push him away, although she herself had not yet learned life. The man immediately called the butler. As soon as he entered, he addressed the Marquis, saying, "Mr. Travis." The head of the family asked in bewilderment, was it really because of this piece of paper that he was now called Lord? He was the Marquis of Travis, and ordered to listen to his order. He ordered him to lock Kara in the room and not even give her water. Our heroine found it funny to watch this, because now she is the main person in this house. And of course, no one will listen to this crazy person. According to her father, she realized that he wanted a break from her. In that case, she asked Vazel to lock him in a room so that he could rest and think. Of course, all the butler could do was nod his head and obey the Marquise. The knights immediately grabbed the man, who asked them in bewilderment what they were doing. What on earth was Kara doing? The girl smiled one last time and told her father that he had done everything he could, taking advantage of her privileges. She thanked him for warming up a place for her, and now he can rest because she takes everything for herself. The man asked his daughter in bewilderment how she could do this to him. Soon the door slammed shut, and the screams of the former Marquis were heard in the corridor. All the workers, including Kyra, were watching what was happening. In any case, the girl decided that she needed to deal with the servants that her father had hired. The girl immediately turned to the butler and asked him where the contracts that the workers signed with her father were. Soon after, Vasil brought in the butler, hired by her father, The boy fell to his knees and apologized to the Marquise for his reckless behavior. The girl decided not to listen to this for long, so she decided to ask about the keys. Where is the key to the warehouse and the safe? He should have them. The butler, completely trembling, held out his hands, in which lay the keys. Vosel took them, and our heroine said that she needed the contracts that her father had drawn up with the new staff. After a while, the guy brought contracts. There were 21 people in total. He said that they were decent and diligently doing their job. Kyra sighed heavily, but was still glad to hear that at least the workers were good, so she decided not to fire them. The butler's face changed, and he thanked the Marquise. Soon, the girl raised her head and asked the guy in surprise what his name was. He introduced himself as Depp. In this case, the girl turned to Depp and asked him as a decent servant to fulfill her request. Almost with tears in his eyes, because he still stayed, the guy said that he would fulfill the Marquise's requests. Our heroine said that very soon her father would be leaving for his domain, so she wanted him to accompany him there. Depp was shocked, but Kyra handed over the documents and asked to send these and Depp to the estate. Father signed a contract, so he will pay the salaries. The boy looked at the Marquise in horror and asked if he really couldn't win her favor. Kyra said he could do it. The guy's face changed again, and he asked her to tell him what to do, because he was ready for anything. The girl told me to report to her about my father once every 2 weeks, and of course in such a way that he wouldn't suspect anything. The guy stood up and proudly said that he could handle this task and would be only glad to help. In that case, Kyra smiled, saying that it was probably not in vain that his father hired him. Trahan's territory, by the way, is not that big, so there are enough workers. The only problem is that they were not always paid on time. The girl didn't care at all how her father would survive there. The money he stole should be enough for him until the end of his life. After some time, a puzzled Vienna ran into Kyra's office, asking her sister what she was doing. The girl asked how she could lock her father in the room. Kyra replied that she had no choice. Vienna still couldn't understand what it meant, so she asked what their father had done. Kyra asked her sister if she didn't know how he treated her. It was the only way out of her situation. However, Vienna said that it was wrong to treat her father like that. Our heroine, however, did not sympathize with him at all. Moreover, she found it funny and wondered if she really was his daughter. At that moment, Vienna looked at her sister in surprise and asked why she was looking at her so strangely. Kyra told her that as she now knew she was the mistress of the house, the Marquise Vienna asked in bewilderment if she was really threatening her. Our heroine laughed and said that these were not threats. It was just the simple truth. She glanced out the window, wondering what she should do with Vienna. Perhaps she should be sent away with her father. Anyway, Kyra wondered what Vienna was talking about with the Empress. What if Her Majesty was hinting at something? Meanwhile, the girl, perplexed, told her sister that she would soon become the wife of the second prince. So why would she need these rights? Kyra looked at her sister in surprise and asked if she had heard that the emperor wanted to break off the engagement, although maybe it wouldn't come to that. Vienna asked if there would be a wedding or not. Our heroine told her that she herself did not know. For now she does not understand His Majesty's intentions. In conclusion, she said that this is precisely why she needs her legal rights. She couldn't just go with the flow. Maybe that's what Vienna wanted to do for her. I understand that she is not in a very advantageous position. Vienna began to twist her head and say that this is not so. Nevertheless, the girl said almost with tears in her eyes that she would now be afraid of what would happen to her father. Kyra smiled, telling her sister that she was very kind-hearted, but still in such matters it was necessary to put that aside and analyze the situation sensibly. She asked her sister if she could imagine what would happen if her father spent all the money he had put aside for her future. The girl asked again, perplexed. Our heroine continued to say that she would marry most likely the fifth prince. Does she have any idea what kind of dowry she would need to collect? Kyra, by the way, decided to ask her sister if she knew what it was. In order for the prince to agree to marry her, she would have to buy a lot of expensive things. Family status and economic status are very important for marriage. Even if her relatives have problems, she has her, which means there should be no problems with marriage. Vienna, looking at her sister, asked what she needed to do to receive the inheritance. Our heroine answered her that she needed to go with her father to their estate for a while. Until the rumors stopped and everything settled down, she needed to sit there. In any case, she asked her sister not to worry, because after all, she would always be on her side. Vienna nodded her head, saying that she knew it. Her older sister always tries for the sake of. Our heroine asked her to think for herself. Why should she become a marquise and send her father to his domain? Of course, it was all for her sake. The girl asked again in bewilderment. Kara answered that her father was too greedy, although he had been kind to her in childhood. In any case, she asked to look at him now. He no longer needs his grown-up eldest daughter. At this point, Vienna lowered her head, saying that she could not take a position higher than her father's. Our heroine asked in bewilderment how she couldn't do it. What about marrying the fifth prince? Vienna said with disappointment that the emperor and empress only want the best brides for their children. And besides, Raikin loves her. How will she cope then? Kyra assured her sister that he needed time. The fifth prince lived in La Belle before his confession and did not even know that he had imperial blood in his veins. Vienna asked her sister what she was talking about, to which the girl said that it was she who confirmed Raikan's belonging to the imperial family, and he was apparently very grateful to her. She also said that Raikan might be worried about her, but she is sure that it is definitely not love. The girl assured Vienna that she deserved to be with him. The girl looked down shyly and said that she really hoped so. Our heroine was even surprised at how quickly Vienna fell for the sweet talk. How did she manage to deceive her for so long? It seems that she is still too young and does not do this, although all this may be just a common pretense. Is it possible that someone helped them in their past life? Although if so, that person was definitely the Empress. Empress Rachnelsia took over the position after tricking the emperor's previous wife into exiling her. Considering how many years she has maintained her position as empress, despite having no children, one can only guess at her cunning and resourcefulness. By the way, she was choosing who to give her preference to, and in the end, she sided with Raikin. What could she say to Vienna? What does Her Majesty plan to do? She knew that in order to find out, she had to assign her sister to her. The girl told her sister that she would help her become the fifth prince's wife, and she should believe in it. However, Keira assured her sister that for this, she would like to get closer to the Empress. This will help her in the future, as she is very influential. Anyway, the conversation was over, so Keira sighed and said she was going to rest. At that moment, Vienna stopped her sister. The girl decided to tell her sister what had happened at the tea party. She said with a guilty face that the Empress had already told her something at the tea party. Of course, Kyra asked what she said. Vienna replied that first, she should help her sister a lot when she marries the prince. Our heroine soon after asked what the second thing was. Vienna asked her sister not to misunderstand her. Kyra started to calm her sister down and said that she could not misunderstand her sister, so she asked her to speak. The girl sheepishly told her to report it if she suddenly wanted to break off the engagement. She said she could help with that. Kyra immediately understood why Her Majesty had called Vienna. It was to achieve the dissolution of the marriage contract. In any case, our heroine said that she didn't really need it, so she could go. As soon as her sister left the room, she became thoughtful. The girl told about her conversation with the Empress. She understood that now she would be more attentive to her, given her position. You could say it was a bonus of receiving official status. Our heroine immediately decided that all she had to do was figure out what the Empress was going to do and how she could bring Vienna and Rakan together. For some reason, at that moment, she remembered Rakan's words, who told her that she could no longer kiss other people. He said it too self-confidently. What does this beetle really think of her? Is it true that he is such a powerful wizard? At that moment, the butler entered the room, telling the lady that the research she had requested on the Trahan family had been completed. The girl asked him to forget about it for now and follow her. Leaving the room, Vozel asked in surprise where they were going. She replied that she needed to check something. Soon they came to the terrace, where she met with Pelan. Looking out the window from the inside, she tried to figure out if there was anything she could see from here. However, she immediately remembered that it was night and the curtains were open. It was also cold, so the glass would hardly have become so transparent. And looking around, she couldn't take into account the fact that Melvin was nearby, so he definitely wouldn't have missed anything suspicious. However, at that moment she noticed some strange and glowing stone. The girl asked the butler to open the door, and a moment later she was walking out onto the terrace. Approaching it, she made the logical conclusion that it was a magic crystal. But why was it here? Vossel approached the lady and said that most likely it was activated during Miss Vienna's coming-of-age celebration. Magicians did indeed use such crystals as lighting, but if desired, the stones can be used for other purposes. It was strange that after the celebration, only one such stone remained. The butler said that it was his mistake and said that he would call the maid. However, she asked him to stop. Looking into the distance, she realized that the distance from the terrace to the lamps where the crystals were used was very large. He was probably here for a reason. The girl asked the butler if she could use the crystal again. The man replied that there was no magic in it now, so it was impossible. However, he said that once this crystal was charged, it could only be used once Kyra was curious about where it came from and where they bought it. The man explained to the lady that for such information he would need to raise the archive. Why did the lady need information about the magic crystal so badly? The girl began to bare her teeth and say that most likely there was a rat in their house. In any case, she knew that in 2 days her father would go to Trahan. Everyone was already busy packing his things. At that very moment, someone knocked on Kyra's office door. As it turned out, it was Andreas, asking if he could come in. Kyra told him that if he was worried about his sister, he could go with them. Looking at her younger brother's upset face, Kyra told him not to worry about her because everything would be fine with her until he returned. After all, she told him that he would remember his childhood by returning to his native estate where he used to live with his sister. However, the guy said that he didn't want to go there at all because he didn't have any pleasant memories associated with that place. In that case, our heroine only happily hugged him and said that he could stay here without any problems. The boy was happy to hear this and then said that when his sister left, he wanted to show Kara something. Our heroine asked in surprise what he was talking about, but Andreas said that he would explain everything to her later. The girl nodded her head, and so finally, the day came when father and Vienna were ready to set off on their journey. Kyra smiled sweetly at her father and wished him a pleasant trip to the estate. The man screamed and told her that she was a poisonous snake who smiled in such a situation. He promised to show her what happens for treating her father like that. Soon after, Vienna said goodbye to her sister, and they climbed into the carriage, which immediately began to move away from the De Orche estate. That evening, our heroine lay in bed with a calm soul and mentally said goodbye to her father. She hoped to never cross paths with him again in this life. Suddenly, the girl seemed to have fallen somewhere and soon found herself in an unknown place, an endlessly green field and wind pleasantly refreshing the skin, a quiet lake, and a beautiful sky. When it was all over, Kyra wanted to live with the same peace in her heart. Looking around, she was surprised at how easy it was here. If this was a dream, she wished it would never end. But suddenly, as if from nowhere, bad weather came. A heavy downpour began. The girl immediately realized that something was wrong here. She felt in her heart that she had to run. Soon she found herself in another place. It was sunny and nice again, but the girl didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly she felt her face, which was completely dried out. Why did she see herself again after being poisoned? At that moment the water began to rise, but the girl said that she didn't want to. She had already been through so much. However, no one heard her plea. The water level rose so much that the girl began to drown. She could not take a breath. She guessed that it was just a dream, which meant that she would not die in her sleep. She could not just leave, because she still had so much to do. At the end, the girl tried to wave her arms. She was incredibly scared, and she asked for help from anyone. Soon she began to drown, and the last thing on her mind was his name, Palon. Help. Suddenly someone grabbed her hand. Meanwhile, a bewildered Palon called Kara and tried to wake her up. Our heroine did wake up at some point and noticed that Palon was standing in front of her, but she soon fell asleep again. After some time, the girl jumped up in horror, not understanding where she was and what was happening. Looking around, she realized that this was her room. Was it morning already? Someone was addressing her and asking if she was okay. Turning her head, the girl noticed a frightened Palon in front of her and immediately asked him why he was here. The guy immediately apologized for scaring her. He thought she was unwell, so he said he would call the doctor. He immediately got out of bed and went to Jane. The guys started talking about something. At that moment, the girl noticed Palon's jacket on the chair, and therefore she immediately realized that he had spent the whole night there next to her. Just then, Jane came up to her and said that His Highness had come to convey the Emperor's words, but he saw that Kara was ill, so he sat there all night. Jane said they were both worried that she wouldn't wake up or that she would get worse, but luckily everything turned out okay. After some time, our heroine was sitting in the bathroom and thinking about her dream. It was so strange. Why did she even dream about it? She suddenly realized that she shouldn't have sent Vienna and her father to the Trajan estate. Palon had also sat here all night, which meant that she would have to apologize for that and invite him for a cup of tea. It had been a long time since they had had a heart-to-heart talk. At that moment, a maid came up to her and said that the second prince had returned to the palace and asked her to convey this before he left. It was an official document with the date and place of the title-giving ceremony. Only the upper class can participate in such events. She was quite curious about what would happen at the title-giving ceremony. Suddenly, the girl noticed the butler talking to a man. Our heroine approached him and asked in bewilderment if this was really Ronald. The man bowed before her and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He did not even know how to express his gratitude for the fact that she remembered such a poor man. The girl couldn't believe it was really him. Ronald said it was, and soon apologized for not being able to protect his previous mistress. Ronald left the estate immediately after his mother's death, feeling guilty for what happened. In her past life, when Kyra realized that her body was poisoned, she really wanted a good doctor like him to be by her side, but he left the estate and was never found. However, the girl looked at Vozel in surprise and asked what the doctor was doing here. Where did they meet? The man interrupted their conversation and said that he had been living in the village all this time. Our heroine immediately became thoughtful because we were talking about the province to which Palon went to deal with the bandits. Ronald said that in this village he had a small clinic for common people. His Highness turned to him and began to question him about his origins. It was then that he revealed that he was the doctor of the De Orche family. As soon as he heard that Kara was looking for him, he immediately went here. It seemed to him that the second prince cared about her very much. Our heroine couldn't deny it either, and although their relationship began with a contract, the fact that he is on her side really gives her strength. Anyway, the girl smiled and happily welcomed Ronald to the Orche estate. She was really glad that he had returned home. By the way, she really wanted to find a doctor she could trust, but since she couldn't find one in her past life, she quickly abandoned the idea. Now that he himself has returned, it can be said that death by poisoning is over. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, and the girl told them to come in. The maid said that while cleaning Mr. Travis's room, a safe had been found. The girl, of course, although she was surprised and did not know what safe we were talking about, said that she would come now. After some time, the girl stood in her father's room and asked in surprise if it was really a safe. The butler said that he clearly remembered that the previous marquise also used similar hiding places. Our heroine, realizing that they were talking about her grandfather, thought about it. What was inside? One way or another, she assumed that it was unlikely to be so easy to open. Otherwise, her father would have done it long ago. The butler asked in surprise whether Mr. Travis, in the lady's opinion, had not yet been able to learn the secrets of the safe. The girl said that she assumed so. In that case, he was also curious about what they would have to do with him. After all, there was nothing else in this room. Our heroine told him to leave the safe for now, and she would ask Viscount Austen. Who knows? Maybe he has some information. After some time, she contacted him, and the man, seeing the safe, sighed for a long time and said that it was not so easy to open. This is the safe of the Kingdom of Reason. The girl immediately realized that the scheme was exactly the same as with her mother's box. Nevertheless, she asked if it was possible to open it. The man said it depended on how the previous marquise had closed it. Kyra immediately assumed there was a chance it would never open at all. The Viscount said that he would try to find out in the Kingdom of Reason, and also, most likely her grandfather left some notes, so they would try to find out together. Kyra then thanked the man for his help and, smiling at the end, said goodbye to him. Who knew that Viscount Austen would one day address her as a marchioness? Just think. At that moment, Andreas entered the room. Our heroine asked in surprise how his lessons were. Were they over? The guy thanked her and said that everything was great. In that case, the girl was glad and said that he could go and rest, or did he have something to tell her? The boy looked down and said that he heard that his older sister was ill last night. The girl convinced her brother that it was just a nightmare and she was fine. However, Andreas apologized for not coming because he didn't even know that she was ill. The girl told him that he should think about his studies so that she would be proud of him. There was no need to think about her health. She would cope, so he should believe in her. Andreas smiled and nodded his head, then reminded her that there was something he wanted to tell her before leaving Vienna. He asked our heroine if she wanted to see something that Vienna had. The girl, of course, did not understand what was being discussed, but her interest still got the better of her, so she agreed. Soon, Andreas brought her 2 envelopes and gave them to his sister. She opened them in surprise and began to read. In just a moment, she squeezed them in incredible aggression because she couldn't even imagine their contents. Quote from letter, "Dear Andy, your mother has committed an irreparable sin, and I want to confess everything while we are still together. Her love, as it turned out, was not his father, but the Marquis de Orsha, who was also in love with her. That day, Travis found out that she was marrying his older brother and came to visit her. They ended up spending the night together, trying to deal with the sadness. And so his father did not know, but Vienna is actually the daughter of Travis de Orsha. The woman asked to protect her weak sister. Meanwhile, our heroine was in shock. This freak literally cheated on his mother and God. Now it was clear why he protected her so much. Our heroine immediately felt ill. Andy asked her if she was okay, but the girl couldn't understand why he gave her this to read. The girl sighed heavily and asked if there were more. The guy apologized for showing them, but he felt she should know the truth, and that was all he had. Kyra then asked Andreas to wait a little, because she needed to get some fresh air. The girl couldn't understand how her father and Lady Trahan could do this, literally live all this time as if nothing had happened. That's why Andy stayed with her. The girl assumed that he just felt sorry for her. The girl told her brother that she wasn't feeling well, so she suggested talking tomorrow. The guy said he understood her and apologized again. She realized at that moment that she simply would not have known this if she had not lived a second life. Incidentally, this is hardly the only secret hidden under her nose. She was incredibly scared. She couldn't even imagine what to do. What if someone found out about this? Even the next day, she could not understand why Lady Trahan told her son about this. The letter was written in the year Vienna, and Andreas moved. That is the day before the brother first visited the estate. However, this is only the first letter. What is in the second? Quote, "Again, Andy, I know you don't understand yet, but I had no choice. Travis wanted to be a marquis more than anything, so he left them. Before she dies, she will have no feelings left inside, except betrayal. If she had the chance to turn back time, she wouldn't want to be tied to any of the Trahan men. Especially she did not want to meet Travis, because if she had not met him, her fate would have been different. After all, he left his own daughter for his own benefit just like her." Our heroine, judging by this letter, understood that she wants the same revenge. She also has a similar feeling towards Rakan. The girl at that moment asked Vasil to find out where Lady Trahan was. Now, the man asked what had happened. Kyra said that she would need to meet with her, and she would try sending a letter first. 3 days later, the maid told the Marchioness that she had received a letter from Lady Trahan. She was now in Lottie's Abbey. At this moment, Soren also decided to personally thank the mistress, albeit late, for appointing her as the head maid. She promised to do everything to meet her expectations, and hopes Kyra was glad to hear this, and said that she believed in her. Soon after, she approached Vasil and Soren and asked them to bring Andreas to her. The first thing she decided was that they needed to go to the monastery. Lady Trahan had written to her where she lived and suggested that they come to her to discuss everything. At this point, Soren turned to the lady and asked her in surprise who would accompany her. Kyra replied that she wanted to talk about it. She offered to go with her. The girl was very surprised. However, our heroine knew that she was practicing with a sword. They were going to a convent, so she couldn't take a man with her. In that case, the girl agreed. Unexpectedly, she asked, "What about Mr. Andreas? Is he allowed?" Our heroine smiled at her and said that he was still a minor, so he could. That's how they went to the Lottie's temple, together with Soren and Andreas. After some time, they arrived. Our heroine immediately said that they came to meet Delia's sister. The maids looked at the guests in surprise and asked what their relationship was with her. The girl said that she was her niece, and then, pointing to Andreas, she said that he was her son. She also said that they brought some things for the monastery. Winter will be here soon, so they asked not to refuse. The woman was surprised and said that there was a lot of stuff here. Anyway, she asked Kara for her ID. The girl said sheepishly that she had a small family. The maid immediately noticed the sign of the royal family and apologized, saying that she did not immediately recognize such important guests. Our heroine said that it was not worth doing because they would get to Sister Delia themselves. The maid in this case said that she would call her right away. After some time, Sister Delia stood at the entrance to the monastery, thanking the guests for their visit. Kyra apologized for disturbing her, but they needed to discuss something related to Andreas. At this point, Delia took Andy by the hand and said that she had a gift for the Marchioness in the room, so she asked him to bring it. The guy said in surprise that he didn't know where it was. The woman told him that it was in the left drawer of the table. Then she asked him to bring it again. Kyra looked at her brother and said that they would wait for him together. Only then did he sigh and go to his mother's room. At this point, Delia bowed again and thanked the Marquise for their visit. However, our heroine said that on the contrary, it was she who had asked for the meeting. The woman said she understood, and then added that if she promised one thing, she would tell him everything she wanted. Already sitting in the room, our heroine looked at Lady Trahan and asked her what the request would be. She started crying and asking for Andy's protection. Kara, perplexed, said that her brother was very dear to her, and therefore his safety was her priority. Sister Delia thanked the Marchioness and assumed that she had a lot of questions. Suddenly, she looked at Kara and asked if she knew who ordered her to send Vienna to the Orsi estate. Our heroine asked in surprise if this really wasn't her personal decision. The woman said she didn't want to, but the fifth prince ordered her to. Kara asked if it was true. Delia said she had proof, so she asked Andy to bring it. This gift was a letter in which the fifth prince asked to send Vienna to the Orche estate. So Rakan did it so that his sister would come to the Orche estate. By the way, all of Kyra's problems started with the appearance of Vienna. It was then that she began to wonder why she was not as loved as Vienna. While courting her sister, the girl thought that if she became closer to her, she would also be noticed. Kyra asked her sister how she wanted to braid her hair today. She knew that then she would be recognized. But however, no matter how hard she tried, nothing changed, and she only got worse. And at that very moment, Rakan appeared in her life, the only one who looked at her differently. He assured her that he was always on her side. She literally had no one but him. As a result, to see his smile to get his recognition, she did everything to be appreciated. She did everything he said to become his emperor. But soon an unpleasant situation occurred. At some point, when she realized that she had become too addicted to poison, it was already too late. An entire year of her life was lost, and she was taking pain pills instead of food. She wanted at least before her death to look at her beloved in the imperial crown. She wanted to hear that he needed her. She was 10 when her mother died, too old to cope with such a loss, and because of the obligations that fell upon her, she fled to the Labelle estate south of Verbentora. It was there that she met Rakan, and thanks to his care, the sadness over her mother's death began to subside. She knew for sure that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. And even after the rebirth, nothing changed. She was really able to cope with grief, only thanks to him, but sometimes all these childhood memories gave her strength in difficult situations. However, now these forces seem to have evaporated. The girl's hands were shaking incredibly hard. It turned out that from the very beginning to the end, he had not been honest with her. Delia, at this point, apologized to the Marquise, saying that she did not know what to say. She realized that she was very surprised and most likely angry with her. Our heroine, meanwhile, held back her tears, but gathering air in her lungs, she told Lady Trahan that she was really angry. The woman apologized again for how things turned out. She was truly sorry. However, Kyra couldn't understand why she told her son everything. He was probably as shocked by the information he received as she was. The woman said that they were not destined to know the date of their death, and of course, she was afraid to roll out the truth about Vienna's father. She thought she would go crazy. However, she hit the table hard and said that she hated all the men from the Trahan family. She needed revenge. Looking at her reflection in the cup, our heroine said that she understood her feelings in this regard because they were similar to hers. At this point, Delia said that when her father left for the capital, he stopped communicating with her. Kyra can't even imagine how pathetic Delia was trying to hide her pregnant belly and getting her husband drunk so she could later say they slept together. However, after Vienna was born, her fiancé admitted that Travis advised him to marry her. Despite everything that had happened between them, he married her to his brother so that he would not interfere with his becoming a marquis. He did all this for himself. She really tried to let him go and move on, but Vienna was becoming more and more like her father. She was ready to do anything for her own benefit, even to step over her and her brother. Delia said that she simply cannot allow this to happen, so she asks the Marquise for help. She will provide all the necessary evidence. After some time, Andreas entered the room and brought a box with a letter. Our heroine began to read the letter and almost immediately realized that it was Rakan's handwriting. The girl didn't know how to react. She sighed heavily and said that it was indeed him. In that case, she decided that it would be better to leave and think it over. After a while, Kyra was almost in tears, asking what she should do. In this world, you literally can't trust anyone. The girl asked Sorn to stay with her a little longer, and she asked Andy to go and rest. The guy, as if feeling guilty, turned around and said that he would go to his room. The girl then went to her office. When she entered, she noticed a stack of documents and almost immediately remembered that the study was most likely finished. The seller of the magic stones was Count Ingson. They were used for lighting and used less than 3 times. Absolutely ordinary stones, according to the conclusion. Then our heroine thought about it and decided that the problem was not in the stones after all. The action takes us 10 days forward. It is just the day of Kaira's inauguration. The girl already walking along the path was shocked by how many people came to see it. She also even noticed Count Ingson, whom she had not expected to meet here. After all, he was going to be busy with business in the county. However, at that moment, the emperor called our heroine to him, addressing her by name. Looking at her, he asked if she promised to be loyal to the imperial family and take care of her people and the citizens of their country. The girl bowed her head before His Majesty and said that she swears to do her duty. In this case, Alex Farahan Legret makes her a promise. From now on, she will play the role of the mistress of her family. All the people in the area began to congratulate the marquise, saying that they were glad that she had regained her rights. Suddenly, someone grabbed Kyra's hand and said that he was also happy, and that's why he asked to convey congratulations. The knights immediately grabbed the man, who asked them in bewilderment what they were doing. What on earth was Kyra doing? The girl smiled one last time and told her father that he had done everything he could, taking advantage of her privileges. She thanked him for warming up a place for her, and now he can rest because she takes everything for herself. The man asked his daughter in bewilderment how she could do this to him. Soon the door slammed shut, and the screams of the former marquis were heard in the corridor. All the workers, including Kyra, were watching what was happening. In any case, the girl decided that she needed to deal with the servants that her father had hired. The girl immediately turned to the butler and asked him where the contracts that the workers signed with her father were. Soon after, Vasil brought in the butler, hired by her father. The boy fell to his knees and apologized to the marquise for his reckless behavior. The girl decided not to listen to this for long, so she decided to ask about the keys. Where is the key to the warehouse and the safe? He should have them. The butler, completely trembling, held out his hands, in which lay the keys. Vasil took them, and our heroine said that she needed the contracts that her father had drawn up with the new staff. After a while, the guy brought contracts. There were 21 people in total. He said that they were decent and diligently doing their job. Kyra sighed heavily, but was still glad to hear that at least the workers were good, so she decided not to fire them. The butler's face changed, and he thanked the marquise. Soon, the girl raised her head and asked the guy in surprise what his name was. He introduced himself as Depp. In this case, the girl turned to Depp and asked him as a decent servant to fulfill her request. Almost with tears in his eyes, because he still stayed, the guy said that he would fulfill the marquise's requests. Our heroine said that very soon her father would be leaving for his domain, so she wanted him to accompany him there. Depp was shocked, but Kyra handed over the documents and asked to send these and Depp to the estate. Father signed a contract, so he will pay the salaries. The boy looked at the marquise in horror and asked if he really couldn't win her favor. Kyra said he could do it. The guy's face changed again, and he asked her to tell him what to do, because he was ready for anything. The girl told me to report to her about my father once every 2 weeks, and of course, in such a way that he wouldn't suspect anything. The guy stood up and proudly said that he could handle this task and would be only glad to help. In that case, Kyra smiled, saying that it was probably not in vain that his father hired him. Trajan's territory, by the way, is not that big, so there are enough workers. The only problem is that they were not always paid on time. The girl didn't care at all how her father would survive there. The money he stole should be enough for him until the end of his life. After some time, a puzzled Vienna ran into Kyra's office, asking her sister what she was doing. The girl asked how she could lock her father in the room. Kyra replied that she had no choice. Vienna still couldn't understand what it meant, so she asked what their father had done. Kyra asked her sister if she didn't know how he treated her. It was the only way out of her situation. However, Vienna said that it was wrong to treat her father like that. Our heroine, however, did not sympathize with him at all. Moreover, she found it funny and wondered if she really was his daughter. At that moment, Vienna looked at her sister in surprise and asked why she was looking at her so strangely. Kyra told her that as she now knew she was the mistress of the house, the Marquise Vienna asked in bewilderment if she was really threatening her. Our heroine laughed and said that these were not threats, it was just the simple truth. She glanced out the window, wondering what she should do with Vienna. Perhaps she should be sent away with her father. Anyway, Kyra wondered what Vienna was talking about with the Empress. What if Her Majesty was hinting at something? Meanwhile, the girl, perplexed, told her sister that she would soon become the wife of the second prince. So why would she need these rights? Kyra looked at her sister in surprise and asked if she had heard that the emperor wanted to break off the engagement, although maybe it wouldn't come to that. Vienna asked if there would be a wedding or not. Our heroine told her that she herself did not know, for now she does not understand His Majesty's intentions. In conclusion, she said that this is precisely why she needs her legal rights. She couldn't just go with the flow. Maybe that's what Vienna wanted to do for her. I understand that she is not in a very advantageous position. Vienna began to twist her head and say that this is not so. Nevertheless, the girl said almost with tears in her eyes that she would now be afraid of what would happen to her father. Kyra smiled, telling her sister that she was very kind-hearted, but still in such matters it was necessary to put that aside and analyze the situation sensibly. She asked her sister if she could imagine what would happen if her father spent all the money he had put aside for her future. The girl asked again, perplexed. Our heroine continued to say that she would marry most likely the fifth prince. Does she have any idea what kind of dowry she would need to collect? Kyra, by the way, decided to ask her sister if she knew what it was. In order for the prince to agree to marry her, she would have to buy a lot of expensive things. Family status and economic status are very important for marriage. Even if her relatives have problems, she has her, which means there should be no problems with marriage. Vienna, looking at her sister, asked what she needed to do to receive the inheritance. Our heroine answered her that she needed to go with her father to their estate for a while. Until the rumors stopped and everything settled down, she needed to sit there. In any case, she asked her sister not to worry, because after all, she would always be on her side. Vienna nodded her head, saying that she knew it. Her older sister always tries for the sake of. Our heroine asked her to think for herself. Why should she become a marquise and send her father to his domain? Of course, it was all for her sake. The girl asked again in bewilderment. Kyra answered that her father was too greedy, although he had been kind to her in childhood. In any case, she asked to look at him now. He no longer needs his grown-up eldest daughter. At this point, Vienna lowered her head, saying that she could not take a position higher than her father's. Our heroine asked in bewilderment how she couldn't do it. What about marrying the fifth prince? Vienna said with disappointment that the emperor and empress only want the best brides for their children. And besides, Raikin loves her. How will she cope then? Kyra assured her sister that he needed time. The fifth prince lived in La Belle before his confession and did not even know that he had imperial blood in his veins. Vienna asked her sister what she was talking about, to which the girl said that it was she who confirmed Raikan's belonging to the imperial family, and he was apparently very grateful to her. She also said that Raikan might be worried about her, but she is sure that it is definitely not love. The girl assured Vienna that she deserved to be with him. The girl looked down shyly and said that she really hoped so. Our heroine was even surprised at how quickly Vienna fell for the sweet talk. How did she manage to deceive her for so long? It seems that she is still too young and does not do this, although all this may be just a common pretense. Is it possible that someone helped them in their past life? Although if so, that person was definitely the Empress. Empress Rachnelsia took over the position after tricking the emperor's previous wife into exiling her. Considering how many years she has maintained her position as empress, despite having no children, one can only guess at her cunning and resourcefulness. By the way, she was choosing who to give her preference to, and in the end, she sided with Raikan. What could she say to Vienna? What does Her Majesty plan to do? She knew that in order to find out, she had to assign her sister to her. The girl told her sister that she would help her become the fifth prince's wife. and she should believe in it. However, Keira assured her sister that for this, she would like to get closer to the Empress. This will help her in the future, as she is very influential. Anyway, the conversation was over, so Keira sighed and said she was going to rest. At that moment, Vienna stopped her sister. The girl decided to tell her sister what had happened at the tea party. She said with a guilty face that the Empress had already told her something at the tea party. Of course, Keira asked what she said. Vienna replied that first, she should help her sister a lot when she marries the prince. Our heroine soon after asked what the second thing was. Vienna asked her sister not to misunderstand her. Keira started to calm her sister down and said that she could not misunderstand her sister, so she asked her to speak. The girl sheepishly told her to report it if she suddenly wanted to break off the engagement. She said she could help with that. Keira immediately understood why Her Majesty had called Vienna. It was to achieve the dissolution of the marriage contract. In any case, our heroine said that she didn't really need it, so she could go. As soon as her sister left the room, she became thoughtful. The girl told about her conversation with the Empress. She understood that now she would be more attentive to her, given her position. You could say it was a bonus of receiving official status. Our heroine immediately decided that all she had to do was figure out what the Empress was going to do and how she could bring Vienna and Rakan together. For some reason, at that moment, she remembered Rakan's words, who told her that she could no longer kiss other people. He said it too self-confidently. What does this beetle really think of her? Is it true that he is such a powerful wizard? At that moment, the butler entered the room, telling the lady that the research she had requested on the Trahan family had been completed. The girl asked him to forget about it for now and follow her. Leaving the room, Vozel asked in surprise where they were going. She replied that she needed to check something. Soon they came to the terrace, where she met with Pelan. Looking out the window from the inside, she tried to figure out if there was anything she could see from here. However, she immediately remembered that it was night and the curtains were open. It was also cold, so the glass would hardly have become so transparent. And looking around, she couldn't take into account the fact that Melvin was nearby, so he definitely wouldn't have missed anything suspicious. However, at that moment she noticed some strange and glowing stone. The girl asked the butler to open the door, and a moment later she was walking out onto the terrace. Approaching it, she made the logical conclusion that it was a magic crystal. But why was it here? Vossel approached the lady and said that most likely it was activated during Miss Vienna's coming-of-age celebration. Magicians did indeed use such crystals as lighting, but if desired, the stones can be used for other purposes. It was strange that after the celebration, only one such stone remained. The butler said that it was his mistake and said that he would call the maid. However, she asked him to stop. Looking into the distance, she realized that the distance from the terrace to the lamps where the crystals were used was very large. He was probably here for a reason. The girl asked the butler if she could use the crystal again. The man replied that there was no magic in it now, so it was impossible. However, he said that once this crystal was charged, it could only be used once Keira was curious about where it came from and where they bought it. The man explained to the lady that for such information he would need to raise the archive. Why did the lady need information about the magic crystal so badly? The girl began to bare her teeth and say that most likely there was a rat in their house. In any case, she knew that in 2 days her father would go to Trahan. Everyone was already busy packing his things. At that very moment, someone knocked on Kyra's office door. As it turned out, it was Andreas, asking if he could come in. Keira told him that if he was worried about his sister, he could go with them. Looking at her younger brother's upset face, Keira told him not to worry about her because everything would be fine with her until he returned. After all, she told him that he would remember his childhood by returning to his native estate where he used to live with his sister. However, the guy said that he didn't want to go there at all because he didn't have any pleasant memories associated with that place. In that case, our heroine only happily hugged him and said that he could stay here without any problems. The boy was happy to hear this, and then said that when his sister left, he wanted to show Kara something. Our heroine asked in surprise what he was talking about, but Andreas said that he would explain everything to her later. The girl nodded her head, and so finally, the day came when father and Vienna were ready to set off on their journey. Kyra smiled sweetly at her father and wished him a pleasant trip to the estate. The man screamed and told her that she was a poisonous snake who smiled in such a situation. He promised to show her what happens for treating her father like that. Soon after, Vienna said goodbye to her sister, and they climbed into the carriage, which immediately began to move away from the De Orche estate. That evening, our heroine lay in bed with a calm soul and mentally said goodbye to her father. She hoped to never cross paths with him again in this life. Suddenly, the girl seemed to have fallen somewhere and soon found herself in an unknown place, an endlessly green field and wind pleasantly refreshing the skin, a quiet lake, and a beautiful sky. When it was all over, Kyra wanted to live with the same peace in her heart. Looking around, she was surprised at how easy it was here. If this was a dream, she wished it would never end. But suddenly, as if from nowhere, bad weather came. A heavy downpour began. The girl immediately realized that something was wrong here. She felt in her heart that she had to run. Soon she found herself in another place. It was sunny and nice again, but the girl didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly she felt her face, which was completely dried out. Why did she see herself again after being poisoned? At that moment the water began to rise, but the girl said that she didn't want to. She had already been through so much. However, no one heard her plea. The water level rose so much that the girl began to drown. She could not take a breath. She guessed that it was just a dream, which meant that she would not die in her sleep. She could not just leave, because she still had so much to do. At the end, the girl tried to wave her arms. She was incredibly scared, and she asked for help from anyone. Soon she began to drown, and the last thing on her mind was his name, Pelon. Help. Suddenly someone grabbed her hand. Meanwhile, a bewildered Pelon called Kara and tried to wake her up. Our heroine did wake up at some point and noticed that Pelon was standing in front of her, but she soon fell asleep again. After some time, the girl jumped up in horror, not understanding where she was and what was happening. Looking around, she realized that this was her room. Was it morning already? Someone was addressing her and asking if she was okay. Turning her head, the girl noticed a frightened Pelon in front of her and immediately asked him why he was here. The guy immediately apologized for scaring her. He thought she was unwell, so he said he would call the doctor. He immediately got out of bed and went to Jane. The guys started talking about something. At that moment, the girl noticed Pelon's jacket on the chair, and therefore she immediately realized that he had spent the whole night there next to her. Just then, Jane came up to her and said that His Highness had come to convey the Emperor's words, but he saw that Kara was ill, so he sat there all night. Jane said they were both worried that she wouldn't wake up or that she would get worse, but luckily everything turned out okay. After some time, our heroine was sitting in the bathroom and thinking about her dream. It was so strange. Why did she even dream about it? She suddenly realized that she shouldn't have sent Vienna and her father to the Trahan estate. Pelon had also sat here all night, which meant that she would have to apologize for that and invite him for a cup of tea. It had been a long time since they had had a heart-to-heart talk. At that moment, a maid came up to her and said that the second prince had returned to the palace and asked her to convey this before he left. It was an official document with the date and place of the title-giving ceremony. Only the upper class can participate in such events. She was quite curious about what would happen at the title-giving ceremony. Suddenly, the girl noticed the butler talking to a man. Our heroine approached him and asked in bewilderment if this was really Ronald. The man bowed before her and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He did not even know how to express his gratitude for the fact that she remembered such a poor man. The girl couldn't believe it was really him. Ronald said it was, and soon apologized for not being able to protect his previous mistress. Ronald left the estate immediately after his mother's death, feeling guilty for what happened. In her past life, when Kyra realized that her body was poisoned, she really wanted a good doctor like him to be by her side, but he left the estate and was never found. However, the girl looked at Vozel in surprise and asked what the doctor was doing here. Where did they meet? The man interrupted their conversation and said that he had been living in the village all this time. Our heroine immediately became thoughtful because we were talking about the province to which Palon went to deal with the bandits. Ronald said that in this village he had a small clinic for common people. His Highness turned to him and began to question him about his origins. It was then that he revealed that he was the doctor of the De Orche family. As soon as he heard that Cairo was looking for him, he immediately went here. It seemed to him that the second prince cared about her very much. Our heroine couldn't deny it either, and although their relationship began with a contract, the fact that he is on her side really gives her strength. Anyway, the girl smiled and happily welcomed Ronald to the Orche estate. She was really glad that he had returned home. By the way, she really wanted to find a doctor she could trust. But since she couldn't find one in her past life, she quickly abandoned the idea. Now that he himself has returned, it can be said that death by poisoning is over. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, and the girl told them to come in. The maid said that while cleaning Mr. Travis's room, a safe had been found. The girl, of course, although she was surprised and did not know what safe we were talking about, said that she would come now. After some time, the girl stood in her father's room and asked in surprise if it was really a safe. The butler said that he clearly remembered that the previous marquise also used similar hiding places. Our heroine, realizing that they were talking about her grandfather, thought about it. What was inside? One way or another, she assumed that it was unlikely to be so easy to open. Otherwise, her father would have done it long ago. The butler asked in surprise whether Mr. Travis, in the lady's opinion, had not yet been able to learn the secrets of the safe. The girl said that she assumed so. In that case, he was also curious about what they would have to do with him. After all, there was nothing else in this room. Our heroine told him to leave the safe for now, and she would ask Viscount Austin. Who knows, maybe he has some information. After some time, she contacted him. And the man, seeing the safe, sighed for a long time and said that it was not so easy to open. This is the safe of the Kingdom of Reason. The girl immediately realized that the scheme was exactly the same as with her mother's box. Nevertheless, she asked if it was possible to open it. The man said it depended on how the previous marquise had closed it. Kyra immediately assumed there was a chance it would never open at all. The Viscount said that he would try to find out in the Kingdom of Reason, and also, most likely her grandfather left some notes, so they would try to find out together. Kyra then thanked the man for his help and, smiling at the end, said goodbye to him. Who knew that Viscount Austin would one day address her as a marchioness? Just think. At that moment, Andreas entered the room. Our heroine asked in surprise how his lessons were. Were they over? The guy thanked her and said that everything was great. In that case, the girl was glad and said that he could go and rest, or did he have something to tell her? The boy looked down and said that he heard that his older sister was ill last night. The girl convinced her brother that it was just a nightmare and she was fine. However, Andreas apologized for not coming because he didn't even know that she was ill. The girl told him that he should think about his studies so that she would be proud of him. There was no need to think about her health. She would cope, so he should believe in her. Andreas smiled and nodded his head, then reminded her that there was something he wanted to tell her before leaving Vienna. He asked our heroine if she wanted to see something that Vienna had. The girl, of course, did not understand what was being discussed, but her interest still got the better of her, so she agreed. Soon, Andreas brought her 2 envelopes and gave them to his sister. She opened them in surprise and began to read. In just a moment, she squeezed them in incredible aggression because she couldn't even imagine their contents. Quote from letter, Dear Andy, your mother has committed an irreparable sin, and I want to confess everything while we are still together. Her love, as it turned out, was not his father, but the Marquis de Orsha, who was also in love with her. That day, Travis found out that she was marrying his older brother and came to visit her. They ended up spending the night together, trying to deal with the sadness. And so his father did not know, but Vienna is actually the daughter of Travis D. Orshi. The woman asked to protect her weak sister. Meanwhile, our heroine was in shock. This freak literally cheated on his mother and God. Now it was clear why he protected her so much. Our heroine immediately felt ill. Andy asked her if she was okay, but the girl couldn't understand why he gave her this to read. The girl sighed heavily and asked if there were more. The guy apologized for showing them, but he felt she should know the truth, and that was all he had. Kyra then asked Andreas to wait a little, because she needed to get some fresh air. The girl couldn't understand how her father and Lady Trahan could do this, literally live all this time as if nothing had happened. That's why Andy stayed with her. The girl assumed that he just felt sorry for her. The girl told her brother that she wasn't feeling well, so she suggested talking tomorrow. The guy said he understood her and apologized again. She realized at that moment that she simply would not have known this if she had not lived a second life. Incidentally, this is hardly the only secret hidden under her nose. She was incredibly scared. She couldn't even imagine what to do. What if someone found out about this? Even the next day, she could not understand why Lady Trahan told her son about this. The letter was written in the year Vienna, and Andreas moved. That is the day before the brother first visited the estate. However, this is only the first letter. What is in the second? Quote, Again, Andy, I know you don't understand yet, but I had no choice. Travis wanted to be a marquis more than anything, so he left them. Before she dies, she will have no feelings left inside, except betrayal. If she had the chance to turn back time, she wouldn't want to be tied to any of the Trahan men. Especially she did not want to meet Travis, because if she had not met him, her fate would have been different. After all, he left his own daughter for his own benefit just like her. Our heroine, judging by this letter, understood that she wants the same revenge. She also has a similar feeling towards Rakan. The girl at that moment asked Vozel to find out where Lady Trahan was. Now, the man asked what had happened. Kyra said that she would need to meet with her, and she would try sending a letter first. 3 days later, the maid told the Marchioness that she had received a letter from Lady Trahan. She was now in Lottie's Abbey. At this moment, Soren also decided to personally thank the mistress, albeit late, for appointing her as the head maid. She promised to do everything to meet her expectations, and hopes Kyra was glad to hear this, and said that she believed in her. Soon after, she approached Vozel and Soren and asked them to bring Andreas to her. The first thing she decided was that they needed to go to the monastery. Lady Trahan had written to her where she lived and suggested that they come to her to discuss everything. At this point, Soren turned to the lady and asked her in surprise who would accompany her. Kyra replied that she wanted to talk about it. She offered to go with her. The girl was very surprised. However, our heroine knew that she was practicing with a sword. They were going to a convent, so she couldn't take a man with her. In that case, the girl agreed. Unexpectedly, she asked, "What about Mr. Andreas? Is he allowed?" Our heroine smiled at her and said that he was still a minor, so he could. That's how they went to the Lottie's temple, together with Soren and Andreas. After some time, they arrived. Our heroine immediately said that they came to meet Delia's sister. The maids looked at the guests in surprise and asked what their relationship was with her. The girl said that she was her niece, and then, pointing to Andreas, she said that he was her son. She also said that they brought some things for the monastery. Winter will be here soon, so they asked not to refuse. The woman was surprised and said that there was a lot of stuff here. Anyway, she asked Kara for her ID. The girl said sheepishly that she had a small family. The maid immediately noticed the sign of the royal family and apologized, saying that she did not immediately recognize such important guests. Our heroine said that it was not worth doing because they would get to Sister Delia themselves. The maid in this case said that she would call her right away. After some time, Sister Delia stood at the entrance to the monastery, thanking the guests for their visit. Kyra apologized for disturbing her, but they needed to discuss something related to Andreas. At this point, Delia took Andy by the hand and said that she had a gift for the Marchioness in the room, so she asked him to bring it. The guy said in surprise that he didn't know where it was. The woman told him that it was in the left drawer of the table. Then she asked him to bring it again. Kyra looked at her brother and said that they would wait for him together. Only then did he sigh and go to his mother's room.